Chapter 1. The Devil's Thrashing Floor. The highway was a dead thing. It stretched out before Cassidy Finch's beat-up sedan, a ribbon of cracked gray asphalt laid over an expanse of ochre dust and sun-bleached rock. Heat shimmered above the road, distorting the horizon into a watery, wavering line that promised nothing but more of the same. For 2 hours, the scenery had not altered. Not a single tree broke the monotony. Not a billboard offered empty promises. There was only the dead road, the dead land, and a sky the color of a faded bruise. Her hands ached from gripping the steering wheel. She flexed her fingers one by one, the knuckles white. Exhaustion was a physical weight, pressing down on her shoulders, making her eyelids heavy. It had been 3 days since she left Phoenix, 3 days of cheap motels, stale gas station coffee, and the constant, gnawing unease that she was a rabbit running from a pack of unseen hounds. Every pair of headlights in her rearview mirror was him. Every state trooper car idling on the median was his man, waiting. It was irrational. He wasn't that powerful. But the fear he had planted in her had deep roots, and it thrived in the desolation of this endless road. The car sputtered. It was a small cough, a minor hesitation in the engine's drone, but it sent a spike of cold dread through Cassidy's chest. She tapped the gas pedal. The car responded, but the smooth hum was gone, replaced by a rough, uneven growl. Her eyes darted to the fuel gauge. The needle hovered a respectable distance above the E. It wasn't fuel. It was something else, something worse, something that cost money she did not have. "No, not now, please," she whispered, her voice a dry rasp. She addressed the car as if it were a temperamental child. "Just a little further, to the next town." She scanned the empty horizon again, searching for any sign of civilization. A water tower, a green exit sign, anything. There was nothing. The highway stretched on, indifferent. The car sputtered again, more violently this time. The speedometer needle quivered, dropping from 70 to 65. She pressed her foot down harder. The engine complained with a rattling shudder that vibrated up through the steering column and into her bones. Panic began to bubble in her throat, hot and acidic. To be stranded out here was a death sentence. The sun was relentless. Her last bottle of water was half empty. Her phone had lost its signal 100 miles ago. He had told her once, his breath hot against her ear, that the world was a wilderness, and a pretty thing like her wouldn't last a day without his protection. The memory made her skin crawl. She considered her options. Stop the car and wait for someone to pass. The last vehicle she saw was a cattle truck over an hour ago. Keep driving until the engine seized completely. Every cough and shudder felt like the car was tearing itself apart. The decision was made for her when a plume of white smoke billowed from under the hood. It streamed past her windshield, smelling of burnt oil and bitter failure. "Damn it!" She slammed her palm against the wheel. The car's speed dropped precipitously. 60, 50. The engine was a cacophony of clanking metal. She eased her foot off the accelerator, accepting the inevitable. She would have to pull over. She would have to wait. She would have to hope the next person to come along this God-forsaken road was not a monster. And then she saw it. At first, it was just a flicker against the pale sky, a splash of color where there should be none. As she coasted forward, the image resolved itself. It was a sign, tall and rusted at the edges, perched atop a metal pole. The paint was peeling, but the words were legible in looping, cheerful script. Hemlock's EATS and gas. A slice of home on the road. Below the words, a painted slice of cherry pie, cartoonishly red, promised comfort. Beneath the sign, nestled 100 yards off the road, was a low, flat-roofed building. A diner. Next to it stood a squat garage with 2 service bays and a single, ancient-looking gas pump. A gravel parking lot separated the buildings from the highway, dotted with a few massive 18-wheelers parked in silent congregation. Relief washed over Cassidy so intensely it made her dizzy. It was a place, a real place with people, with a phone, with a mechanic. It was salvation in the form of peeling paint and dusty windows. She wrestled the dying car towards the turnoff, the tires crunching on the loose gravel of the exit ramp. The engine gave one final, pathetic gasp and then went silent. The only sound was the ticking of hot metal and the low moan of the wind sweeping across the desert. She coasted the last 50 feet into the parking lot, steering the dead vehicle into a spot near the diner's entrance. She picked a space away from the looming trucks, their chrome grills like metallic teeth. The silence was profound. The trucks were silent. The diner was silent. For a moment, the place seemed as abandoned as the highway itself. Then, the neon open sign in the diner window flickered, casting a weak pinkish glow. Cassidy took a deep breath, the air thick with the smell of dust and her own burnt engine. She checked her reflection in the rearview mirror. Her face was pale, her dark hair stuck to her forehead with sweat. There were dark circles under her eyes. She looked like what she was, haunted and running on fumes. She pulled a few crumpled bills from her wallet. Enough for a meal, maybe a tow. Definitely not enough for a new engine. She got out of the car. The heat was a physical blow, a solid wall of hot air that stole her breath. The wind whipped a strand of hair across her face. She pushed it away and squared her shoulders. It was just a truck stop. A slice of home, the sign said. Right now, that sounded better than anything in the world. She walked towards the diner's glass door, the small bell above it promising a break from the oppressive silence of the road. She reached for the handle, her mind focused on a glass of ice water and a working telephone. She did not notice the unnaturally large crows perched on the diner's roof, watching her with glossy, intelligent black eyes. She did not see the curtain in the front window of the small house behind the diner twitch shut. She just opened the door and stepped inside, letting the bell announce her arrival with a cheerful, metallic jingle. The sound was swallowed by the sudden, humming quiet of the diner. Chapter 2: A Slice of Home. The air inside Hemlock's Eats and Gas was cool, a stark contrast to the hammer blow of the desert heat. It carried the commingled scents of frying bacon, stale coffee, and the sharp, chemical tang of industrial cleaner. For a moment, Cassidy stood just inside the door, letting her eyes adjust to the dim interior. Sunlight struggled through the greasy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in lazy columns. The layout was classic diner, a long formica countertop with a row of cracked, red vinyl stools faced the kitchen pass-through. On the other side of the room, a series of booths, also upholstered in red vinyl, lined the wall. The floor was a checkerboard of black and white tiles, scuffed and worn in a path from the door to the counter. It was empty, save for one man. He sat at the far end of the counter, A mountain of a man in a grease-stained flannel shirt, hunched over a plate of something that looked like a small mountain range of scrambled eggs. He shoveled food into his mouth with a steady rhythm, his gaze fixed on the countertop before him. He did not seem to register her entrance. From the pass-through, a woman appeared. She was enormous, a monument of soft flesh stuffed into a floral print dress and a surprisingly white apron. Her hair, a startling shade of peroxide blonde, was piled high on her head in a teetering beehive. Her face was a mask of pleasantness, with rosy cheeks and a wide, red-lipped smile that crinkled the skin around her bright, bird-like eyes. "Well, pull up a seat, honey. Don't let the flies in," the woman chirped, her voice as sweet and thick as molasses. She waddled from behind the counter, a menu in one hand. "You look like you've been wrestling with the devil himself out there. What can Mama Hetty get for ya?" Cassidy managed a weak smile and slid into the nearest booth. The vinyl was cool against the back of her legs. "Just water for now, please. Ice water if you have it." Her throat felt like sandpaper. "My car. It broke down right outside." "Oh, you poor thing," Mama Hetty cooed, her expression a performance of deep sympathy. She placed the menu on the table. It was a single plastic-coated sheet, the corners soft and curled from years of use. "Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. My beau will take a gander at it for you. He can fix anything with an engine. Best mechanic in 3 counties. Though," she added with a hearty chuckle, "he's the only mechanic in 3 counties." She disappeared for a moment and returned with a tall glass of water filled with ice cubes. Condensation immediately beaded on the outside. Cassidy drank half of it in 3 long, desperate gulps. It was the best thing she had ever tasted. "Thank you," Cassidy said, setting the glass down. "Really, you have no idea." "Nonsense, sweet thing. We're all one big family on this road," Mama Hetty said, her smile unwavering. "Now you take your time with that menu. Our traveler's special is mighty popular. A real stick-to-your-ribs kind of meal." Cassidy picked up the menu. The food was standard diner fare: burgers, sandwiches, breakfast all day. The specials had folksy names: the highwayman's hash, the drifter's dream, the lonesome plate. She settled on a simple grilled cheese, something cheap and comforting. As Mama Hetty took her order and relayed it through the pass-through window with a booming, "1 cheesy sailor for the pretty lady," another figure emerged from a back room. It was a young woman, perhaps a few years older than Cassidy. She was thin, almost gaunt, with long, stringy brown hair and tired eyes that seemed to absorb the light. She moved with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. She wore the same uniform as Hetty, a pink waitress dress, but on her thin frame it hung like a shroud. "Luan, honey, get this sweet girl a refill," Mama Hetty commanded without turning around. The young woman, Luan, picked up a coffee pot and approached Cassidy's booth. She moved silently, her gaze fixed on the floor. She filled the cup of the trucker at the counter first, then came to Cassidy's table. She poured the dark liquid into a thick ceramic mug without a word. "Thank you," Cassidy said. Luan's eyes flickered up to meet hers for a fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, Cassidy saw something stark and unsettling. It wasn't just tiredness. It was a deep, hollowed-out despair, a look of such profound resignation that it made Cassidy's own fear seem shallow. Then it was gone. Luan gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head, her eyes dropping back to the floor. She turned and walked away, her shoulders slumped. The interaction left a strange chill on Cassidy's skin. She wrapped her hands around the warm mug, the moment replaying in her mind. Was it a warning? Or was she just projecting her own paranoia onto a tired waitress in a dead-end job? She was probably just tired. They were all probably just tired. The food arrived quickly. It was a perfect grilled cheese, the bread golden brown and buttery, the cheese inside a molten, stringy river. Beside it sat a pile of crispy fries. Cassidy ate with a hunger she hadn't realized she possessed. The food was good. It was simple, hot, and real. With every bite, a bit of the tension in her shoulders eased. Maybe this place was exactly what it claimed to be, a slice of home, a safe harbor. The trucker at the counter drained his coffee cup, threw a few crumpled bills onto the counter, and lumbered towards the door. He paused as he passed her booth. "Engine trouble," he grunted. He was a big man with a weathered face and a thick gray beard. Cassidy swallowed a mouthful of fries. "Yeah, I think it's serious." The trucker nodded slowly. "Bo'll fix it. He's slow, but he knows his stuff. Just watch his billing. Tends to find things you weren't expecting." He gave her a final, inscrutable expression and then left, the bell above the door jangling his departure. Cassidy watched him go, a fresh seed of unease planted in her gut. She was finishing the last of her fries when a new person entered the diner. He came not from the front door, but from a side door marked garage. He was a young man, wiry and coiled with a nervous energy. His hands and face were smudged with grease, and his overalls hung loosely on his thin frame. A wide, unsettling grin stretched his face, revealing a collection of crooked, tobacco-stained teeth. This had to be Beau. "Mama, that sedan out front," he said, his voice a high-pitched twang. "The one smockin' like a chimney fire, that our new guest." "That's the one, my boy," Mama Hetty said, beaming at him. "This here is. Well, I didn't get your name, honey." "Cassidy," she supplied. "Cassidy," Hetty repeated. Her car gave up the ghost. "I told her you'd be happy to take a gander." Beau's grin widened, his eyes fixing on Cassidy. "Well, ma'am, you came to the right place. I'll have her purring like a kitten in no time. Just need to get a proper look under that hood. You got the keys." Cassidy hesitated for a second. Handing over the keys felt like a final surrender. But what choice did she have? The car was a dead hunk of metal. She was stranded. She reached into her pocket, her fingers closing around the cool metal. She pulled them out and placed them on the table top. Beau scurried over and snatched them up, his grimy fingers brushing against hers. His touch was cold and dry, like old paper. "Won't be a minute," he said, his eyes lingering on her for a moment too long before he turned and darted back out the side door. Mama Hetty watched him go with an expression of maternal pride. "A good boy, my Beau, a hard worker. You're in good hands, Cassidy, the best hands." Cassidy looked from the beaming matriarch to the silent, despairing waitress clearing a nearby table. She thought of the trucker's warning and the mechanic's unnerving grin. The diner, once a symbol of salvation, was starting to feel different. The air was still cool, but it no longer felt like a relief. It felt like the cold of a cellar. The quiet was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. The feeling of being trapped, which had momentarily subsided, returned with a vengeance. She was in their world now, a guest in their home. And as Mama Hetty's smile remained fixed and unchanging, Cassidy had the distinct impression that checking out was going to be much harder than checking in. Chapter 3: The Sheriff's County. Deputy Miles Corbin's patrol car rolled along the asphalt, a bubble of air conditioning and the crackle of the police scanner against the vast, silent heat of the afternoon. He took a sip from his lukewarm coffee, the bitter taste a familiar companion on these long shifts. His territory was huge, a sprawling swathe of arid land in central Nevada that was mostly empty space. The highway that cut through it, Route 72, was his primary responsibility. It was a lonely stretch of road, populated by truckers, tourists in a hurry to get somewhere else, and the occasional lost soul. Lately, there had been more lost souls than usual. Back at the station, pinned to a corkboard in his small office, were 3 missing persons flyers. A college student from California heading to a summer job in Utah, a retired couple from Oregon in an RV, a salesman from Reno. All of them had last made contact with family from towns on either end of his patrol route. All of them had vanished somewhere in the 150-mile stretch of desolate highway that was his jurisdiction. There were no crash sites, no abandoned vehicles. They had simply ceased to exist on Route 72. The official theory was that they had simply passed through, that their disappearances were unrelated, their actual fates meeting them further down the road in some other county, some other state. Bad things happen to people everywhere, but 3 in 6 months on his stretch. It sat poorly with Miles. It felt personal. It was a stain on his county. He was young for a deputy, barely 28, and still carried a city cop's earnestness that the older, more jaded officers found amusing. He took the job out here to escape the constant chaos of Las Vegas, seeking a quieter, more deliberate pace of life. He found it, but he also found a different kind of darkness, a quiet, creeping sort that hid in the vast, empty spaces between towns. Miles passed the 50-mile marker from his station. The land here was flatter, the rock formations giving way to endless scrub, brush, and dust. Up ahead, he could see the shimmering heat haze rising from the blacktop. It was the dead zone, the part of the route where the radio faded to static and cell service was a distant memory. It was also the approximate midpoint of where all 3 missing persons had last been accounted for, the geographical center of the mystery. He slowed the car, his eyes scanning the sides of the road. He was looking for anything out of place, a scrap of clothing, tire tracks leading off into the desert, a glint of metal in the sun. He had done this patrol a dozen times with the flyers in mind, and a dozen times he had found nothing. The desert was good at swallowing secrets. His scanner crackled to life, a dispatcher's voice distorted and faint. Eport of a brush fire, east of exit 12, requesting. The signal dissolved into a hiss of static. Exit 12 was 50 miles behind him, not his problem. He was alone out here. It was in this dead zone that Hemlock's Eats and Gas stood, a solitary outpost of civilization. Miles had been there a handful of times. The coffee was passable and the pie was genuinely good. Mama Hetty ran the place. She was a character, all smiles and folksy charm. Her sons were an odd pair. Bo, the mechanic, was a jittery, greasy fellow with a grin that never seemed quite genuine. Cletus, the cook, was a silent giant who rarely emerged from the kitchen. And there was the waitress, Luan. She was a ghost, pale and quiet, who moved through the diner like a shadow. He had no reason to be suspicious of them. They were locals. They ran a business. They were part of the sparse tapestry of his county. But the truck stop sat right in the heart of the disappearance zone. It was the only place a person could stop for 100 miles in either direction. If something was happening on Route 72, it was happening near Hemlocks. It was a simple fact of geography. He thought about the retired couple, the Hendersons. Their daughter had been adamant. Her father called her every single night at 8 p.m. without fail. The last call was from a payphone in a town 2 hours west of Hemlocks. He told her they planned to drive for another hour or so and find a place to park their RV for the night. They were never heard from again. An hour's drive would have put them right at Hemlock's doorstep. Miles drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. It was all circumstantial. It was a coincidence. But it was a coincidence that tasted sour in his mouth. He had run the family's names. The records were clean. Hetty Hemlock had owned the place for 40 years. No priors, no complaints beyond the occasional Better Business Bureau report about Bo overcharging for repairs. They were, on paper, model citizens of a ghost county. Still, the feeling persisted. A low, humming sense of wrongness he couldn't shake. He decided he would stop in today. Not as an investigator, not with probing questions, just for a cup of coffee. To watch, to listen, to see if the air inside felt as strange as the facts lined up in his head. Cops ran on coffee and gut feelings, and right now his gut was screaming louder than the police scanner. He saw the sign first, the faded paint promising a slice of home. It looked tired, a relic from another era. He slowed the cruiser and turned onto the gravel access road. The lot was mostly empty, save for 3 large rigs and a beat-up-looking sedan parked near the diner. The sedan looked out of place. It was a city car, a dark blue import, the kind a college student might drive. He made a mental note of the model. He parked his cruiser near the entrance in plain view. Let them see him. Let them know the law was present. He adjusted his belt and put on his hat, the symbol of his authority feeling a little flimsy in the face of the vast, uncaring desert. He walked towards the door, his boots crunching on the gravel. The sun beat down on his shoulders. The place seemed asleep, caught in the sleepy haze of the afternoon. He reached the door and pulled it open, the little bell announcing his arrival with a tinny, cheerful chime. He stepped inside, bringing the smell of the hot, dusty world with him into the cool, greasy air of the diner. The door swung shut behind him, and the world outside vanished. Chapter 4: The Hum of the Engine. Bo Hemlock wiped his greasy hands on an even greasier rag, a wide grin splitting his face. He leaned against the open hood of Cassidy's sedan, the smell of burnt oil thick in the air. "Well, ma'am," he began, his voice dripping with false sympathy, "I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It ain't pretty." Cassidy stood a few feet away, arms crossed over her chest. She had followed him out of the diner, unable to sit still and wait for the verdict. The heat was oppressive, but she needed to see this for herself. "What is it?" "Whole coolant system is shot. Looks like your water pump gave out. which caused the engine to overheat and blow the head gasket clean off, he explained, pointing with a grimy finger at a part of the engine that meant nothing to her. He was speaking a foreign language, but the tone was universal. This was going to be expensive. Gonna need a new gasket, a new pump, have to resurface the cylinder head. It's a big job. How big? Cassidy asked, her voice tight. Bo sucked on his crooked teeth, making a soft clicking sound. Well, parts are the real killer. Out here you gotta get 'em shipped in. That takes time and money. He paused for dramatic effect. All told, you're probably looking at $800–900. The number hit Cassidy like a physical blow. $900. She had less than 200 to her name. She felt a wave of dizziness, and for a second the harsh sunlight seemed to dim at the edges of her vision. I don't have that kind of money. That's a shame, Bo said, his grin softening into a mask of pity. A real shame. 'Fraid this car ain't going nowhere without the work. Isn't there a cheaper way, something temporary? She pleaded. Ma'am, with a blown head gasket. You try to drive this thing, you'll crack the engine block. Then you ain't got a car that needs fixin', you got a big all paperweight. He tossed the rag onto a nearby workbench. Tell you what, I'll call my supplier in the morning, see if I can get you a deal on the parts, but they won't get here till tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Maybe the day after. Best case scenario, I can have you on the road in 2 days. 2 days. The thought of being stuck in this place for 2 days sent a fresh wave of panic through her. 2 days of the smiling Mama Hetty, the haunted Lewin, and this greasy, grinning mechanic. 2 days of draining her meager funds on food and lodging. As if summoned by the thought, Mama Hetty appeared in the doorway of the diner, wiping her hands on her apron. Everything all right out here, you two? Car's in a bad way, Mama, Bo called out. Gonna be a couple days till we can get the parts she needs. Hetty's face arranged itself into a familiar expression of deep concern. She walked over to Cassidy, her massive form blocking out the sun. Oh, you poor dear, stranded in the middle of nowhere, it's a terrible predicament. She placed a heavy, surprisingly strong hand on Cassidy's shoulder. But don't you fret, we'll take care of you. We've got a room out back. It ain't the Ritz, but it's clean and it's safe. We'll only charge you a pittance, 20 a night. You can't beat that with a stick. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Cassidy was staying. She was a fly that had flown into a web, and the spider was now offering her a comfortable place to rest while she was being slowly encased in silk. She looked from Hetty to Bo, a mother and son team presenting a united, inescapable front. There were no other options. She couldn't walk out of here. She couldn't afford a tow, even if there was a company that would come this far. She was trapped. Okay, Cassidy said, the word tasting like defeat. Okay, a room would be great, thank you. Of course, honey, Hetty beamed. It's what family does, we look after our own. Cassidy went back to her car to retrieve her duffel bag. As she pulled it from the passenger seat, she saw him. He emerged from the back of the diner, a silent, hulking figure. It was the cook, Cletus. He was even bigger up close, with broad, powerful shoulders and a thick neck. He carried a large, galvanized metal bucket that seemed to be heavy, sloshing with some dark liquid. He moved with a slow, deliberate gait, his eyes fixed on the ground in front of him. He passed within a few feet of Cassidy, not once acknowledging her presence. The smell that wafted from him was sharp and coppery, like a butcher's shop on a hot day. He disappeared behind the garage, and a moment later she heard a sound, a low, guttural snuffling and a series of wet, eager grunts. It was an animal sound, but it was unlike any she had heard before. A shiver traced its way down her spine. She slung her bag over her shoulder and walked back to Hetty, who was waiting by a door at the side of the main building. "Right this way, sweet thing," the large woman said, unlocking the door and leading her down a short, dimly lit hallway. The air here was stale and smelled of dust and mildew. There were 4 doors, 2 on each side. Hetty stopped at the first one on the right. She produced a key and opened the door, pushing it inward. "Here we are, home sweet home for a little while." The room was small and sparse. A single bed with a thin chenille bedspread was pushed against one wall. Beside it, a rickety nightstand. A small, high window near the ceiling let in a sliver of dusty afternoon light. It was bleak, but as Hetty had said, it was a room. Cassidy dropped her duffel bag on the floor. "There's a bathroom down the hall, shared with the other rooms," Hetty explained. "But you're our only guest tonight, so it's all yours. Dinner's on the house tonight for all your trouble. You come on back to the diner when you get hungry." "Thank you, Hetty. You're being very kind." Cassidy tried to inject some sincerity into her voice. "Nonsense, just being a good neighbor." Hetty's smile was wide and unblinking. "You get some rest now. You look like you need it." She started to pull the door closed, then paused. "Oh, one more thing," she said, her voice dropping to a confidential tone. "I'll be locking this hallway door from the outside. For your safety, you understand. We get all sorts on this highway. Can't be too careful." Before Cassidy could process this, Hetty pulled the door shut. The latch clicked. A moment later, from the other side came a second, much heavier sound. The distinct, metallic thud of a deadbolt sliding into place. Cassidy stood frozen in the center of the small room. The silence pressed in on her. She walked to the door and tried the knob. It turned uselessly in her hand. Locked. She was locked in. Her heart began to hammer against her ribs, a frantic, panicked drumbeat. She looked around the grim little room. The bed, the nightstand, the small, high window far too narrow for her to fit through. This wasn't a room, it was a cell. The comforting facade of the truck stop had fallen away completely, revealing the stark, terrifying reality of the trap she had so willingly walked into. The hum of the diner's generator outside was the only sound, a low, mechanical drone that sounded like a predator's purr. Chapter 5: What the Crows Say. The first hour in the room was a blur of contained panic. Cassidy paced the worn floorboards, a caged animal in a space barely large enough for the motion. 3 steps to the wall, turn, 3 steps back to the door. She tried the knob again and again, a useless, repetitive ritual. She examined the door itself. It was solid wood, the frame thick. There were scratches around the lock, old ones, as if someone else had tried to jimmy it open with a knife or a piece of wire. The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through her veins. She told herself to be rational. Hetty's explanation almost made sense. Safety. This was a remote place, but locking her in, without even asking, it was a violation, a quiet assertion of total control. She was no longer a guest, she was a possession. As the sun began to dip lower, the light coming through the high window shifted from dusty yellow to a deep, bruised orange. The shadows in the room lengthened, turning the corners into dark, indistinct voids. From the diner, she could hear muffled sounds, the clatter of plates, the low rumble of conversation, the electronic melody of the jukebox starting up, playing a mournful country song about lost love and lonely highways. It was the sound of a normal evening in a normal diner, a world away from her locked room. She dragged the nightstand over to the wall and climbed on top of it, craning her neck to see out the window. The glass was filthy, streaked with years of grime, but she could make out a patch of the world outside. She saw the back of the garage, the rusted metal walls glowing red in the sunset. She saw the vast, empty expanse of the desert stretching out to the horizon. And she saw Cletus. The big cook was standing over a massive, stump-like block of wood. He had his back to her. He raised his cleaver, the blade catching the last rays of sunlight, and brought it down with a powerful, rhythmic thump. He was chopping something. Red meat. A lot of it. A metal bucket sat at his feet. After a few powerful chops, he would scoop the chunks into the bucket. Behind him, chained to a thick metal post, was a large, corrugated tin shed. It was from this shed that she had heard the animal noises earlier. As Cletus worked, the snuffling and grunting started again, more insistent this time. Eager, hungry. A thick, muscular tail, like a pig's but larger and bristly, whipped out from under the shed door and slapped against the dirt. Cletus finished his work. He hefted the heavy bucket and carried it to the shed. He slid open a small slot at the bottom of the door and upended the bucket's contents. A cacophony of wet, tearing sounds and frenzied squeals erupted from within. It was a feeding. Cassidy felt her stomach churn. She imagined the traveler's special and quickly pushed the thought away. A movement on the garage roof caught her eye. The crows. A dozen of them were perched there, a silent black audience watching the scene below. They were unnervingly still. As the last of the feeding sounds from the shed died down, one of the crows let out a cry. But it wasn't a call. It was a perfect, chilling mimic of a human sound. A short, high-pitched shriek, like a woman's scream cut short. Cassidy scrambled down from the nightstand, her heart pounding. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. This place was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. The smiling mother, the greasy son, the silent butcher, the despairing waitress, the thing in the shed, the crows that screamed like people. It was a constellation of nightmares. She needed to find a way out. Forcing down her panic, she began a systematic search of the room. The walls were solid plaster. The floorboards were nailed down tight. She ran her hands over every surface, looking for anything loose, any weakness. She got on her hands and knees and looked under the bed. The space was dark, choked with dust bunnies. She used the dim light from her phone's screen to see better, and that's when she found it. Scratched into the dusty wood of the bed frame's underside, almost invisible, were words. Not one word, but a list of names. Lana, Marcus. Henderson. Jnna. 4 names gouged into the wood by a desperate hand. The last one, Jenna, looked fresher than the others, the scratches still pale against the dark wood. Cassidy stared at the names, her blood running cold. These were the ghosts, the previous occupants of this room, the raw material for Cletus's cleaver and the meal for the thing in the shed. Henderson, the name from the missing persons flyer in the deputy's office. They had made it here. This was where their road ended. Her own name, Cassidy, felt alien in her mind. She could already picture it added to the list. A new sound cut through the evening air, silencing the crickets that had just begun their nightly chorus. It was the sound of an approaching engine, this one smooth and powerful. Headlights swept across her small window, momentarily flooding the room with brilliant white light before moving on. The vehicle was parking out front. Hope, sudden and fierce, flared in Cassidy's chest. A new customer, another person, a chance. She climbed back onto the nightstand, her hands pressed against the grimy glass. She couldn't see the front of the diner, but she could see the reflection of flashing lights against the side of one of the parked tractor-trailers, red and blue. It was a cop. The knowledge was a jolt of pure adrenaline. Deputy Miles Corbin. She didn't know his name, but she knew his uniform. She had seen him on the highway. He was here. He was inside. All she had to do was make a sound. All she had to do was get his attention. She looked around the room, her mind racing. She grabbed the metal wastebasket from the corner. It was flimsy, but it was something. She climbed back onto the nightstand, her body trembling with a mixture of terror and hope. She held the wastebasket high and began to hammer it against the plaster wall, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Help, somebody help me. I'm locked in here, help." The sound was loud in the small room, a desperate, frantic banging accompanied by her own raw-throated cries. She hammered and screamed, putting every ounce of her remaining strength into the effort, her eyes fixed on the distant, beautiful reflection of the red and blue flashing lights, praying that the man inside the diner could hear her, praying he had come to do more than just order a slice of pie. Chapter 6: Coffee and Lies. Deputy Miles Corbin slid into a booth, the red vinyl sighing under his weight. He placed his hat on the table beside him, a deliberate gesture of settling in. The diner was quiet. The only other customer was a burly trucker at the counter, methodically working his way through a steak dinner. Mama Hetty was wiping down the countertop, and the pale waitress, Luan, was refilling salt shakers. The scene was aggressively normal, a tableau of roadside Americana. "Even in, deputy," Mama Hetty chirped, her smile as bright and fixed as the neon sign outside. "What brings you to our neck of the woods? Don't tell me I'm getting a ticket for my pie being criminally good." She let out a booming laugh that seemed to shake the very air in the diner. Miles offered a small, professional smile in return. "Just on patrol, Hetty. Figured I could use a cup of coffee to keep my eyes open." "Well, you came to the right place. We got the strongest coffee on Route 72, she declared. "Luan, honey, get the deputy a cup of our best." Luan approached the booth, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were moving through water. She held a heavy ceramic mug and a coffee pot. Her eyes were downcast, focused entirely on the task at hand. She didn't make eye contact as she poured the dark, steaming liquid. "Thank you, Luan," Miles said, watching her closely. She flinched at the sound of her name, a tiny, almost imperceptible reaction. She gave a slight nod, Her lips pressed into a thin, white line and retreated back to the counter. There was a tension in her shoulders, a coiled stillness that seemed at odds with her weary demeanor. Miles wrapped his hands around the warm mug, letting the heat seep into his fingers. He took a slow sip. The coffee was strong, just as Hetty had promised, and bitter. He let his gaze drift around the room, taking in the details. The faded travel posters on the wall, the fly-speck jukebox in the corner, the pass-through to the kitchen, dark and silent. It all seemed authentic. It all seemed real. But his gut feeling persisted, a low hum of dissonance beneath the surface of things. "Slow night?" he asked, his voice casual. "Always is on a Tuesday," Hetty said, leaning her elbows on the counter. "The big rigs push through on Mondays to make their drops, and the weekenders don't start crawling out till Thursday. Tuesdays are for us locals." She winked, as if they were sharing a private joke. "See, you've got a new car in the lot," Miles observed, nodding towards the window. "Dark blue sedan." Hetty's smile didn't waver, but her eyes for a split second hardened. "Oh, that poor thing. A young lady, traveling all by her lonesome. Engine gave out on her right at our turnoff. Can you imagine?" "Is she here now?" Miles asked, trying to keep his tone light. "She is, tucked away in one of our rooms out back. The poor dear was just exhausted, and my beau tells me the car's in a real bad way. Head gasket's shot. She'll be our guest for a couple of days at least." Hetty sighed dramatically. "The things a young woman has to put up with. It's a dangerous world." The story was smooth. It was plausible. It explained the car and the absence of its driver perfectly. But it was too smooth. It felt rehearsed, a story polished by repeated telling. "That's a shame," Miles said. "You get her name." He pulled a small notebook and a pen from his shirt pocket, a practiced motion. Hetty's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the notebook. "Cassidy. I believe she said her name was Cassidy. A sweet girl, real pretty." Miles jotted the name down. Cassidy. It didn't match any of the flyers on his board, but he wrote it down anyway. Another name for the growing list of people who found trouble on this stretch of road. It was then that he heard it. It was faint, almost lost beneath the warble of the jukebox and the hum of the refrigerator. A rhythmic sound, a thump, 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 coming from somewhere outside towards the back of the building. It was followed by a muffled shout. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a cry for help. He looked at Hetty. Her smile was still in place, but a muscle in her jaw twitched. Her eyes darted towards the back hallway. Luan, who was wiping down a table, had frozen completely, her hand hovering over the formica. The trucker at the counter continued to eat, oblivious. "What was that?" Miles asked, his hand instinctively moving to rest on the butt of his service weapon. Hetty let out another one of her booming laughs, this one a little too loud, a little too forced. "Oh, that's just Cletus tenderizing tomorrow's steaks. My boy gets a little carried away with his work, sings while he does it, thinks he's one of them opera stars." The explanation was absurd. The sound was not singing, it was screaming. The thumping was frantic, desperate. It was the sound of someone trying to break a door down. Miles pushed his chair back, the legs scraping loudly on the linoleum floor. He stood up. "I think I should check that out." Hetty's smile finally vanished. It collapsed in on itself, leaving her face a hard, cold mask. Now, deputy, there's no need for that. It's family business. You're a guest here. Why don't you sit back down and I'll get you a slice of my cherry pie on the house? Her voice was no longer sweet. It was flat, menacing. An order, not an offer. The trucker at the counter slowly put his fork down. He turned on his stool, and for the first time, Miles got a good look at his face. It was Beau, the mechanic, but cleaned up and wearing a flannel shirt. The greasy, nervous creature from the garage was gone, replaced by a cold-eyed man with a tense, predatory stillness. The friendly trucker was an act. "The lady offered you some pie, deputy," Beau said. His voice a low growl that was nothing like the high-pitched twang he'd used before. From the kitchen pass-through, a massive figure emerged, Cletus the cook. In his hand he held the meat cleaver he was famous for. Its polished blade gleamed under the fluorescent lights. He didn't say a word, just stood there, blocking the path to the kitchen and the back of the diner. A silent, formidable obstacle. The air in the diner crackled with sudden, violent tension. The illusion of the friendly truck stop had shattered and Miles was standing in the wreckage. He was in a room with three of them. A hostile matriarch, a wiry son ready to spring, and a giant with a cleaver. And somewhere in the back, a woman named Cassidy was screaming for her life. His heart pounded in his chest. His training took over. He assessed the threats. Hetty by the counter, Beau 10 feet away, Cletus 20 feet away, blocking the exit route. His hand was steady on his gun. He could draw on Beau before the man could cross the distance. Cletus was a problem. Hetty was a problem. This was a tactical nightmare. The screaming from the back room stopped. It was replaced by a deafening silence that was somehow more terrifying. "I'm gonna ask you one more time," Miles said, his voice low and even, projecting an authority he wasn't sure he possessed. "What is going on in that back room?" Hetty just stared at him, her eyes cold and dark. Luan, the waitress, stood frozen by a table, her face ashen. She looked at Miles, her eyes wide with terror, and then she did something unexpected. Her gaze flickered just for a second to the floor behind the counter, near the cash register. It was a tiny, desperate movement, a signal in a sea of hostility. A clue. But before Miles could process it, the front door of the diner burst open. The bell jangled wildly. A new figure stood silhouetted against the dying light. It was a man, thin and ragged, with wild eyes and a frantic energy. "He's coming," the man shrieked, pointing a trembling finger out at the dark highway. "The collector, he's early." The announcement shattered the standoff. Hetty's face, already a mask of cold fury, twisted into something new, genuine alarm. The carefully constructed trap had just been sprung by something they hadn't planned for. And in that moment of chaos, Miles knew he had his only chance. Chapter 7, One Trip Johnny. The man in the doorway was a scarecrow of a human being. His clothes were tattered, his hair a matted mess, and his face was a road map of dirt and desperation. Miles recognized him. It was One Trip Johnny, a local drifter who haunted the edges of the county. He was mostly harmless, known for his paranoid ramblings about government conspiracies and aliens in the Salt Flats. But tonight, his paranoia had a sharp, cutting edge of pure terror. His sudden entrance had thrown the Hemlock family into disarray. Hetty's attention snapped from Miles to the frantic man. Bo instinctively took a step towards the door, his focus split. Only Cletus remained a statue of menace, his gaze fixed on Miles. "Johnny, you fool, get out of here," Hetty hissed, her voice a venomous whisper. "Can't, he's already on the access road," Johnny stammered, his eyes wide with fear. "Saw the truck, the black one, no lights." This was it, the moment of distraction. Miles didn't wait for a second invitation. He drew his weapon in one smooth, practiced motion. The click of the safety being disengaged was a sharp, definitive sound in the suddenly tense room. "Nobody move," Miles commanded, his voice booming with authority. He leveled the gun at Bo, the closest threat. "On the floor now." Bo froze, his eyes wide, his hands half raised. He looked at his mother, seeking direction. Hetty's face was a storm of conflicting emotions. Rage at Miles, fear of the approaching collector, and frustration at her son's hesitation. "Do it, Bo," she snarled. Bo slowly, reluctantly, lowered himself to the checkerboard floor, his movements stiff with anger. "You too," Miles said, his gun never wavering from Bo as he addressed Hetty. "Hands on the counter where I can see them." Hetty slammed her palms down on the formica, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Her eyes were full of murder. "You have no idea what you're doing, Deputy. You've just signed all our death warrants." "We'll see about that," Miles said. He kept his gun trained on the family, but his mind was racing, processing Llewellyn's desperate glance. The floor behind the counter. What was there? "Johnny," Miles said, not taking his eyes off the Hemlocks. "Get behind me, now." One trip Johnny, who had been standing frozen in the doorway, scuttled past the booths and positioned himself behind Miles, using the deputy's body as a shield. "Cletus," Miles said, his voice hard, "drop the cleaver." The giant in the kitchen doorway didn't move. He just stared at Miles, the cleaver held loosely at his side. His expression was blank, unreadable. "I said drop it," Miles shouted. Cletus's eyes flickered to his mother. Hetty gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. Cletus remained still. He was a loyal dog, and he only answered to one master. He was a problem Miles couldn't solve from this distance. "Fine," Miles said, making a decision. He couldn't clear the back rooms and hold 3 people at gunpoint. He needed to get the girl out. He needed to get them all out. "We're leaving. Johnny, you're with me. Llewellyn, come on. We're all walking out that door." Llewellyn looked from Miles to Hetty, her face a mask of terror. She was caught between a monster she knew and a savior she didn't. She took a hesitant step away from the counter, her eyes pleading with Miles. "Don't you dare take one more step, girl," Hetty growled, her voice low and dangerous. "You know the rules." Llewellyn froze, tears welling in her eyes. She was terrified of Hetty, more terrified of her than of the man with the gun. Miles's mind raced. He was losing control. The approach of this collector had put a clock on everything. He had to re-establish dominance. He remembered Llewellyn's glance. "Johnny," Miles said in a low voice, never taking his eyes off the Hemlocks. "Behind the counter, by the register, there's something on the floor, a button, a lever, something, find it." Johnny, spurred into action, scurried around the end of the counter, staying low. "I don't see nothing, deputy," he whispered frantically. "Look harder." Hetty's eyes widened in alarm. "Bo, get him," she shrieked. Bo started to push himself up from the floor. Miles swung his gun towards him. "Stay down." It was the opening Cletus had been waiting for. With a guttural roar, the giant charged from the kitchen doorway. He moved with a speed that was shocking for a man his size, the cleaver held high. He wasn't running at Miles. He was running at the hallway that led to the back rooms. He was going to silence Cassidy. Miles had a split-second choice: stop the charging giant or keep the others covered. He couldn't do both. He fired. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. It was a physical concussion that made the windows rattle and the plates on the shelves jump. Cletus grunted, a sound of surprise more than pain, as the bullet tore through the fleshy part of his shoulder. He staggered, his charge broken, and slammed into the jukebox. The machine let out a shower of sparks and a distorted groan of dying music. The cleaver clattered from his numb fingers and slid across the floor. In the ringing silence that followed the gunshot, Johnny's triumphant cry cut through the air. "Got it! It's a button!" He stomped his foot down hard. There was a loud, metallic clank from the hallway, followed by the sound of unlocking mechanisms. It was a panic button, but not for calling the police. It was a master lock release. "Go," Miles yelled at Lewin. "Get her, get the girl in the back." This time, Lewin didn't hesitate. The gunshot had broken Hetty's spell. Lewin ran down the short hallway and disappeared from view. Miles backed towards the door, his gun moving back and forth between Hetty, Bo on the floor, and the wounded Cletus, who was now clutching his shoulder, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. "Don't any of you move a muscle," Miles warned. A moment later, Lewin reappeared, pulling a terrified-looking young woman with her. It was Cassidy. Her eyes were wild, her face streaked with tears and grime. She stared at the scene, the man on the floor, the bleeding giant, the armed deputy, with wide, uncomprehending eyes. "Come on," Miles urged them. "To my car, go." Lewin and Cassidy scrambled past him. Johnny was already at the door, pulling it open. "You're dead, deputy," Hetty screamed from behind the counter, her face contorted with rage. "He's here. He'll butcher you all." Miles kept his gun on them as he backed out of the diner, pulling the door shut behind him. The cool night air hit his face. It was filled with the smell of ozone from the gunshot and the approaching darkness. In the distance, down the access road, he could see them. Two pinpricks of light, headlights, moving slowly, steadily towards the diner. They were running out of time. "Get in the car," he shouted at the three figures huddled by his cruiser. "Get in the back, stay down." He fumbled with his keys, his hands shaking slightly from the adrenaline. He unlocked the doors. Cassidy, Lewin, and Johnny scrambled into the back seat. Miles slid into the driver's seat, never taking his eyes off the diner door. He jammed the key in the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life. He threw the car into reverse, spinning the wheel. The tires spewed gravel as he swung the cruiser around to face the highway. As his headlights cut a swathe across the front of the diner, they illuminated the windows. Hetty, Bo, and the wounded Cletus were standing there, watching him. They weren't trying to follow. They were just watching, their expressions a mixture of hatred and a strange, knowing pity. They looked like people watching a dead man who just didn't know it yet. Miles stomped on the accelerator. The patrol car shot out of the parking lot and onto the dark ribbon of Route 72. He glanced in his rearview mirror. The twin headlights of the other vehicle had reached the truck stop. It was a large, black, refrigerated truck, the kind used for hauling meat. It pulled to a stop in front of the diner, its engine idling. The collector was here. Miles pushed the accelerator to the floor, putting as much distance as he could between his car and the slice of hell he was leaving behind. The road ahead was dark and empty, but for the first time that night, it felt like freedom. Chapter 8: The Cargo. The patrol car ate up the miles, its engine a steady roar in the night. Inside, the silence was thick with shock and adrenaline. Miles gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. He kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, but his mind was replaying the scene at the diner. The gunshot, the look on Hetty's face, the arrival of the black truck. In the back seat, Cassidy, Lewin, and Johnny were a huddled mass of trembling silence. Cassidy had her arms wrapped around herself, her body shaking uncontrollably. Lewin was a statue, her gaze fixed on the dark landscape rushing past the window, her face a blank mask of shock. Johnny was muttering to himself, a low, continuous stream of paranoid gibberish. "Is everyone okay?" Miles asked, his voice rough. No one answered at first. Then Cassidy spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "He was going to kill me." It wasn't a question, it was a statement of dawning realization. They were all in on it. They were going to kill me. "They've killed others," a new voice said. It was Luann. She spoke with a dead, hollow tone as if the words were being dredged up from a deep, empty well. "Lots of others. The ones whose cars break down. The ones who are alone." Miles glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Luann, how long have you been there?" "5 years," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. "My car broke down just like hers." She nodded towards Cassidy. "Bo fixed it. Hetty was so kind, she gave me a room, a job. She told me I was part of the family now." Her lips twisted into a bitter, humorless smile. "Family has rules, family has chores. My chore was to smile and pour the coffee, and not to talk to the customers." "The others," Miles said, his voice tight. "What did they do with them?" Luann was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was even lower, as if she were afraid the words themselves had power. "The traveler's special isn't beef, and the disposal unit in the back. It eats what Cletus can't use." A wave of nausea washed over Miles. He thought of the 3 missing persons flyers on his corkboard. The Hendersons, the college student, the salesman, they hadn't just disappeared, they had been harvested, processed, consumed. The sheer, banal horror of it was staggering. "And the collector?" Miles asked, his voice grim. "Who is he?" It was Johnny who answered, his muttering suddenly finding a focus. "He's the money man, the buyer. He comes once a month, regular as a heartbeat, takes the special packages, the prime cuts, the ones Cletus vacuum seals, pays 'em in cash and supplies. He's got a route, see, all up and down the state, other families like the Hemlocks. He's the hub in the wheel." The idea was monstrous. A network, A secret, ghoulish economy thriving in the desolate corners of the state. The Hemlocks weren't an isolated pocket of madness. They were a franchise. Why were they so afraid of him being early? Miles asked. The deal is the deal, Johnny said, his voice rising with manic energy. He comes on the last Wednesday of the month. Always, he's a schedule man. If the product ain't ready, he gets angry. And you don't want the collector to be angry. He's a professional, a real artist with a knife. Luan shuddered in the back seat. He takes a toll if the shipment is light, a payment in flesh. Hetty was afraid he'd take one of them, or me. Miles processed this. His arrival, his discovery of Cassidy, it had all happened on the wrong night. He hadn't just stumbled into a murder den. He had interrupted a business transaction with a monster. He glanced in the rearview mirror again, his eyes scanning the long, straight stretch of road behind him. It was empty. There were no headlights in pursuit. He allowed himself a small measure of relief. They had a head start. He was 100 miles from the next town, but he had a full tank of gas and a direct line to the state police once he was back in radio range. They were going to be okay. That's when he saw it. It was far back, almost at the edge of his vision. A single, powerful headlight like the eye of a motorcycle. But it was moving too fast, closing the distance with an unnatural speed. It wasn't a motorcycle. It was something else. "What is that?" Cassidy whispered, her voice laced with a new fear. She had seen it too. Miles pressed his foot down on the accelerator. The patrol car's engine whined as the speedometer climbed. 80, 90, 100. The car was straining, bucking against the uneven pavement, but the light behind them continued to gain. It grew larger, brighter. It resolved itself into two headlights set close together. The black truck. "It can't be," Miles said, his voice a mixture of disbelief and dread. "A truck that size can't move that fast." "It ain't a normal truck," Johnny shrieked from the back seat. "It's his baby. Bo told me once. He was drunk. Said the collector put a whole jet engine in it. Said it can do 200 miles an hour if the road is straight." The black truck was a predator closing in on its prey. It filled the rearview mirror, a monstrous shape of dark metal and blinding light. It was so close now that Miles could see the massive, reinforced grille, like the jaws of some great mechanical beast. It pulled up alongside the patrol car with an effortless surge of power. The roar of its engine was a physical force that made the cruiser vibrate. Miles looked over. The passenger window of the truck was dark, tinted black. He couldn't see the driver. He couldn't see the collector. But he could feel his presence. A cold, calculating intelligence that radiated from the black machine. The truck nudged the patrol car, a gentle, almost playful tap. But the force behind it was immense. The cruiser swerved violently, its tires screaming in protest. Miles wrestled with the wheel, his heart hammering against his ribs. He corrected the swerve, his eyes wide with terror. The truck fell back slightly, then surged forward again. This time, there was nothing playful about it. There was a deafening screech of metal on metal as the truck's reinforced bumper slammed into the rear quarter panel of the cruiser. The world spun. The horizon tilted crazily as the patrol car careened off the highway. Miles had a fleeting, disjointed impression of the scrub brush and rocks of the desert rushing up to meet them. There was a series of violent, bone-jarring impacts, the sound of shattering glass, the crunch of twisting metal, the screams of his passengers. Then his head slammed into the side window, and the world dissolved into a silent, starless black. Chapter 9: The Wreckage. Pain was the first thing to return. A dull, throbbing drumbeat at the base of his skull. Miles groaned, his voice a dry croak. He tasted blood and dust. He blinked, trying to force his eyes to focus. The world was sideways. The patrol car lay on its passenger side in a ditch, its frame twisted into a grotesque parody of its former shape. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks. The driver's side window, where his head had impacted, was gone. The red and blue lights on the roof were still flashing, casting a frantic, strobing light over the surreal scene of destruction. He tried to move, but a sharp, stabbing pain in his left leg stopped him. He looked down. The dashboard had crumpled inward, pinning his leg against the seat. He was trapped. He could hear moaning from the back of the car. "Cassidy, Llewellyn," he called out, his voice hoarse. "I'm here," a weak voice answered. "Cassidy, I think my arm is broken." "Johnny?" Miles asked. There was no answer. He twisted his body, ignoring the fire in his leg, and looked into the back. Llewellyn was conscious, slumped against the door, a dark trickle of blood running from a cut on her forehead. But Johnny was still. He was slumped in the corner, his neck bent at an unnatural angle. One trip Johnny had taken, his last trip. The sound of an engine, idling smoothly, cut through the night. The black truck. It had pulled to a stop on the highway, its headlights pinning the wrecked cruiser in their glare like a captured insect. The engine cut out, and the sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise. A door opened and closed. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on the gravel of the roadside, then on the dry dirt of the desert floor. They were coming closer. Miles fumbled at his belt, his hand searching for his gun. It wasn't there. It must have been thrown from its holster during the crash. He scanned the floor of the car, his eyes darting wildly. He saw it, lying near the crumpled pedals just out of his reach. The footsteps stopped beside the wrecked car. A shadow fell over the empty driver's side window. Miles looked up into the face of the collector. He was not what Miles had expected. He was not a hulking brute or a wild-eyed madman. He was a man of average height and build, dressed in simple, practical black coveralls. His face was unremarkable, clean-shaven, with thin lips and pale, intelligent eyes behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like an accountant or a librarian. But there was a chilling stillness about him, a predatory calm that was more terrifying than any overt display of madness. On his belt, in a leather scabbard, was a long, thin-bladed filleting knife. "Deputy," the collector said, his voice calm and even, with no trace of anger or excitement. It was the voice of a man discussing a minor logistical problem. "You have caused a significant disruption to my schedule, and you have damaged my merchandise." He nodded towards the back of the car, where Llewellyn was staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. "She belongs to Hetty," the collector continued, his tone conversational. "And what belongs to Hetty belongs to me, a simple business principle." He reached into the car, his movements unhurried. Miles strained, his fingers stretching, trying to reach his gun. He was inches away. The collector's hand closed around the broken frame of the window. With a smooth, effortless pull, he tore the mangled piece of metal away and tossed it aside. I am a professional deputy. I do not like complications. And you are a complication. He turned his attention to Luan. Come now, dear girl, it is time to go home. Luan let out a whimper and tried to shrink further into the car. The collector sighed, a small puff of annoyance. He reached in, grabbing her by the front of her dress. He was deceptively strong. He pulled her from the wreckage as easily as a man might pull a weed from a garden. She struggled, but it was useless. He dragged her towards the black truck. This was it, his last chance. With a surge of adrenaline, Miles lunged, his body screaming in protest. His fingers brushed against the cool metal of his gun. He got a grip. He pulled it towards him. The collector, holding the struggling Luan with one hand, turned his head. His pale eyes met Miles's. There was no alarm in them, no fear, only a mild, academic curiosity. He watched as Miles brought the gun up, his hand shaking. I really wouldn't, the collector said, his voice calm. Miles didn't listen. He aimed at the center of the man's chest and pulled the trigger. Click! The hammer fell on an empty chamber. The gun was empty. He had fired his only shot back at the diner. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He stared at the useless weapon in his hand, his mind reeling. The collector gave a small, thin smile. It was the first change in his expression Miles had seen. It was not a pleasant sight. A professional always counts his shots, deputy. He turned and continued to drag the now sobbing Luan towards his truck. He opened the passenger door and bundled her inside, his movements efficient and impersonal. He closed the door and walked around to the driver's side. He paused and looked back at the wrecked patrol car one last time. Hetty and her boys will be along shortly to clean up this mess, he said, his voice carrying clearly in the still night air. They are enthusiastic amateurs, but they get the job done. I suggest you make your peace. He got into the truck. The engine roared back to life, the sound of a jet turbine spooling up. The black truck pulled smoothly back onto the highway and accelerated into the darkness with impossible speed, its taillights vanishing in seconds. Miles was left in the strobing, silent wreckage. He was alone with a dead man and a girl with a broken arm. He was trapped, injured, and unarmed. And somewhere in the darkness behind him, the Hemlocks were coming. The enthusiastic amateurs. They were coming to collect their property. Chapter 10. The Price of Meat. The silence that followed the collector's departure was absolute. The desert night seemed to hold its breath, the only sound the frantic, rhythmic flashing of the cruiser's emergency lights painting the scene in pulses of red and blue. For a long moment, Miles lay pinned, the useless gun still clutched in his hand. The finality of the collector's words echoed in his mind. Hetty and her boys will be along shortly. He was no longer a lawman. He was prey. The thought ignited a primal survival instinct that cut through the pain and despair. He would not die in this ditch. He would not become a nameless special on the menu at Hemlock's Eats. "Cassidy," he grunted, the effort sending a jolt of fire up his leg. "Cassidy, are you with me?" A weak sob came from the back. "Yes, I'm here." "We have to get out of the car," he said, his voice strained. "They're coming back for us." "I can't. My arm," she cried, her voice thick with pain. "I know, we have to try." He began to work at his own predicament. He pushed against the crumpled dashboard with his free leg and his hands, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his trapped limb. Metal groaned. The dashboard gave a little, then a little more. He felt a surge of adrenaline. It was moving. He looked over at Johnny's body, his neck still bent at that impossible angle. An idea, grim and desperate, formed in his mind. "Cassidy," he said, his voice low, "the man who was with us, Johnny, I need you to check his pockets. Look for a knife, anything sharp." There was a moment of horrified silence, then the sound of hesitant rustling. "Why?" she asked, her voice trembling. "My leg is pinned. The seat belt is jammed. I need to cut myself free." It was a lie, but it was a necessary one. He couldn't tell her the real reason. He couldn't tell her that in this new, brutal world they had fallen into, a dead man's possessions were tools for the living. More rustling, a small gasp. "He has one," she said. "A pocket knife, it's old." "Good, can you get it to me?" It took several minutes of awkward, painful maneuvering, but she finally managed to stretch far enough to drop the small, worn pocket knife into his waiting hand. He clicked it open. The blade was short, barely 3 inches long and dull, but it was steel. It was a weapon. He renewed his efforts, pushing against the dashboard with all his might. With a final, agonizing groan of metal, his leg came free. He stifled a cry of pain. He was fairly certain it was broken. Putting any weight on it would be impossible. "Okay," he panted, sweat beading on his forehead. "Now we need to get you out." He crawled over the console into the back of the car. The space was cramped, filled with the coppery smell of blood. He helped Cassidy untangle herself from Johnny's body, trying to be gentle with her broken arm. She cried out in pain as they moved, but she didn't stop. Fear was a powerful anesthetic. They managed to squeeze out through the shattered rear window, tumbling onto the dusty ground. The cool night air was a shock after the stuffy confines of the wreck. Miles lay on his back for a moment, staring up at the brilliant, indifferent stars. He could hear Cassidy nearby, her breathing ragged with pain and fear. They were free of the car, but they were exposed. The flashing lights were a beacon, a dinner bell announcing their location. "The lights," Miles said, pushing himself up onto his good leg and his elbows. "We have to disable them." He crawled back to the car, the broken pocket knife clutched in his hand. He found the battery under the crumpled hood and with a few sawing motions, managed to sever the cables. The flashing lights died, plunging the scene into a profound darkness, broken only by the cold light of the moon. They were hidden, but they were still trapped. He couldn't walk, and Cassidy was barely mobile. The highway was their only path, but it was also the path their hunters would take. Their only chance was the desert itself. "We have to get away from the road," he said, his voice a harsh whisper. "We have to hide." He pointed out into the darkness, away from the highway towards a cluster of large rock formations about 100 yards away. There, if we can make it there, we can find cover. It was a journey of inches, an agonizing crawl through the dust and scrub. Miles dragged his useless leg behind him, the pain a constant, grinding reality. Cassidy crawled beside him, cradling her broken arm, her face a pale oval in the moonlight. Every rock, every thorny bush was an obstacle. The 100 yards felt like 100 miles. They finally reached the rocks, collapsing in their shadow. They had found a small alcove, a hollow space between two massive boulders that offered concealment from the road. They huddled together in the darkness, listening. They didn't have to wait long. First, they saw the headlights, a familiar, sickly yellow glow cresting a rise in the road a mile away. It was a pickup truck, old and rattling. The Hemlock's truck. It slowed as it approached the crash site, its high beams sweeping across the wrecked cruiser. The truck pulled to a stop. The doors creaked open. Two figures got out. Even from a distance, Miles could recognize Bo's wiry frame and Cletus's massive silhouette. Cletus had a white bandage wrapped around his shoulder. "Well, I'll be," Bo's voice, a high-pitched twang carried clearly in the still night air. "Looks like the collector left us the leftovers." They approached the wreck, their flashlights cutting beams through the darkness. "They ain't in here," Bo called out after a moment. "Just the drifter, he's dead." "Blood," Cletus grunted, his voice a low rumble. He was pointing his flashlight at the ground near the car. "They got out, can't have gone far." Bo let out a low, excited chuckle. "Well, what do you know, it's a hunt. Mama's gonna be so pleased, she does love fresh meat." He went back to the truck and returned with a high-powered lantern and a rifle. Cletus, for his part, pulled a long, wicked-looking skinning knife from his belt. They began to cast their lights into the desert, sweeping back and forth in slow, methodical arcs. Miles and Cassidy shrank back into their hiding place, their bodies pressed against the cold rock. The beams of light danced across the desert floor, getting closer. Miles held the small, inadequate pocket knife in his hand, his knuckles white. This was it, the final confrontation. He was an injured lawman with a 3-inch blade against two armed killers on their home turf. The odds were impossible. But as the lights drew nearer, a cold, hard resolve settled in his gut. They had taken his car, his gun, his partner. They would not take his life without paying a price in blood. The hunt was on. Chapter 11. The Sound of the Hunt. The world for Miles and Cassidy shrank to the space of their small rock alcove and the terrifying dance of light and shadow in the desert beyond. The flashlight beams were like the questing antennae of immense, predatory insects, sweeping back and forth, methodically dissecting the darkness. One beam, broad and powerful from the lantern Bo carried, illuminated wide swathes of ground. The other from Cletus's flashlight was a tighter, more focused circle, lingering on tracks and broken brush. "They went this way," Cletus grunted. His voice was closer now. The sound of their boots crunching on the gravelly soil was a countdown to discovery. "Spread out," Bo's voice answered from further to the left. "Cut 'em off from the ridge. They'll try to get to high ground." Miles risked a glance around the edge of the boulder. He could see their silhouettes against the distant glow of the truck's headlights. Bo was moving away from them, circling wide, just as he'd said. Cletus, however, was coming almost directly towards their position, his head down, tracking their path like a bloodhound. He was the immediate threat. Panic, cold and sharp, radiated from Cassidy beside him. Her breathing was shallow, a series of quick, terrified gasps. Miles put a hand on her good arm. "Quiet," he mouthed, the word a puff of air in the cold. "Don't move." He knew they had only moments. Cletus was methodical. He would not miss the drag marks from Miles's broken leg or the scuffed earth where they had crawled. Hiding was no longer an option. Their only hope was to separate their hunters and take them on one at a time. It was a desperate, suicidal plan, but it was the only one they had. He looked at Cassidy, her face pale and etched with pain in the faint moonlight. He pointed to himself, then to Cletus. Then he pointed at her, and then in the direction Bo had gone. He was trying to communicate the impossible. "I'll take the big one. You have to distract the other one." She stared at him, her eyes wide with incomprehension and terror. She shook her head, a tiny, frantic motion. The beam from Cletus's light fell on the ground just 10 feet from their hiding place. It paused, illuminating the clear trail they had left. "Here," Cletus growled. "They're in the rocks." There was no more time. Miles leaned in close to Cassidy's ear, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "Run!" Not at him, away from him, towards the highway, make noise, draw him away. "I can't run. It's the only way." He didn't wait for her to agree. He didn't give her a choice. He pushed her gently but firmly out from behind the boulder. "Go, now." For a heart-stopping second she stumbled, nearly falling. Cletus's head snapped up, the flashlight beam catching her full in the face. She was a deer in the headlights, frozen in a cone of brilliant, terrifying light. "Well, well, look what we have here," Bo's voice called out from the darkness to her left. He was closer than Miles had thought. They were flanked. The sight of the second hunter, the glint of the rifle in his hand, broke Cassidy's paralysis. A raw, primal scream tore from her throat, and she did the last thing they expected. She didn't run away. She charged. Not at Cletus, but at Bo. She ran with a wild, desperate energy, her good arm pumping, screaming a continuous, wordless cry of rage and terror. The move was so unexpected it stunned both men. Bo, who had been savoring the moment, was caught completely off guard. He fumbled with the rifle, trying to bring it to bear on the screaming, charging girl. Cletus grunted in surprise and started to move towards her, to intercept. It was the opening Miles had prayed for. He launched himself from behind the rock, a silent, lunging shadow. He ignored the explosion of agony in his leg and propelled himself forward, aiming for the back of Cletus's knees. He hit the big man with all the force he could muster. It was like tackling a brick wall, but it was enough. Cletus stumbled, his balance thrown. He let out a roar of surprise and anger as he fell forward, his heavy body hitting the ground with a solid thud. The flashlight flew from his hand, skittering across the dirt and casting wild, spinning patterns of light. Miles was on him in an instant, the small pocket knife held in a reverse grip. Cletus was on his stomach, already trying to push his massive frame up. Miles drove the knife with all his weight into the thick muscle of Cletus's back, just below the shoulder blade. The blade was dull. It didn't sink in deep. It was more of a puncture than a lethal stab, but the pain was real. Cletus roared, a sound of pure animal fury, and thrashed, trying to throw Miles off. He was immensely powerful. He bucked, and Miles was thrown clear, landing hard on his broken leg. The world went white with pain for a second. Through the haze of agony, he heard a gunshot, a flat, cracking sound that echoed across the desert. He looked over. Cassidy was on the ground. Bo was standing over her, the rifle smoking in his hands. "You stupid bitch," Bo shrieked, his voice cracking with adrenaline. "You made me shoot her. Mama wanted her alive." He hadn't been aiming to kill. The shot had been a reaction, a panic shot. Cassidy was clutching her leg, a dark stain spreading on her jeans. She had been shot, but she was alive. Bo turned his attention, his face a mask of rage, towards the struggle on the ground. He saw Miles helpless. He saw his brother wounded. He raised the rifle, the barrel a dark, hollow circle in the moonlight. "Now you," Bo hissed. "You're gonna pay for that." Cletus was on his feet now, the pocket knife still embedded in his back. He seemed oblivious to it. He was staring at Bo, at the rifle pointed at Miles. "No," Cletus grunted. The word was thick, labored. "Mine." Bo hesitated, confused. "What are you talking about, Cletus? I'll just finish him." "Mine," Cletus roared again, and this time there was no mistaking the raw, possessive fury in his voice. He took a step towards Miles, pulling the long, skinning knife from his belt. He wanted this kill. He had been challenged, wounded. His pride demanded that he be the one to finish it. It was a matter of honor among monsters. This was the Hemlock family dynamic in its rawest form, a conflict of interest, a dispute over property. Miles lay in the dirt between them, a broken piece of meat they were arguing over. Bo lowered the rifle, a slow, resentful grin spreading across his face. "All right, big brother, he's all yours, just make it slow, for what he did to my truck." He turned and nudged the wounded Cassidy with the toe of his boot. "And you and me are gonna go wait for Mama." Cletus advanced on Miles, his massive frame blocking out the moon. He raised the skinning knife, its long, curved blade designed for one purpose. Miles pushed himself backward, dragging his broken leg through the dirt, his hand empty, his body screaming in pain. There was nowhere to run. This was the end of the line. The silent butcher had finally cornered his prey. Chapter 12. The Family Business. Cletus stalked forward, the skinning knife held low, its edge catching the moonlight. His breathing was a heavy, wet rasp, and the handle of the pocket knife still sticking out of his back bobbed with each step. He was a wounded bull, focused entirely on the thing that had caused his pain. His eyes, usually dull and vacant, held a spark of malevolent intelligence. He was savoring this. Miles scrambled backward, his hands finding only loose gravel and sharp-edged rocks. His own gun was 100 yards away in a wrecked car. His only weapon was now part of his attacker. He was defenseless, broken, and staring his death in the face. Behind them, Bo was hauling Cassidy to her feet. She cried out as he grabbed her by her broken arm, his grip cruel and tight. "Shut up," he snarled. "You're lucky I didn't gut you right here. Mama's got special plans for girls who don't listen." He began to drag her back towards the truck, her wounded leg leaving a dark trail in the dust. Miles watched them go, a feeling of profound failure washing over him. He had not saved her. He had only prolonged her suffering, delivering her into a fate worse than a quick death in the desert. "Look at me," Cletus grunted. The command pulled Miles's attention back to his own imminent demise. The giant stood over him now, his shadow a shroud of darkness. "You are loud," Cletus said, the words slow and deliberate, as if he were unaccustomed to forming them. "Food should be quiet." He raised the knife. Miles squeezed his eyes shut, a final, futile defense. He thought of the flyers on his office wall, of the faces of the people who had ended up in a place just like this. He wondered if anyone would even look for him. A sound, faint at first, then growing rapidly louder, cut through the tension. It was the sound of an engine. Not the Hemlock's rattling pickup, but something else. Something low-slung and powerful, moving at high speed. Headlights appeared on the highway, cresting the same rise the Hemlocks had moments before. The car was a dark shape, a muscle car from the 70s, its engine a deep-throated roar that spoke of raw, unapologetic horsepower. Cletus paused, the knife held high. He turned his head, annoyance creasing his brow. Another interruption. Bo, halfway to the truck with Cassidy, also stopped, shielding his eyes against the approaching glare. The muscle car didn't slow down. It screamed past the crash site and then swerved sharply off the highway, its tires throwing up a massive plume of dust. It fishtailed, the driver expertly correcting, and slid to a stop 20 yards away, its headlights pinning both pairs of hunters and prey. The engine was cut, and in the sudden silence a door opened. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the blinding lights. It was a woman. She was tall and lean, dressed in jeans and a dark leather jacket. She had a shotgun in her hands, held with a casual, familiar ease. "Evening, boys," the woman's voice called out. It was a low, smoky drawl, laced with a weariness that couldn't quite conceal the steel beneath. "Looks like you're having a party. Sorry I'm late." Bo stared, his mouth agape. "Luan, what in the hell?" It was Luan, but it wasn't the pale, defeated waitress from the diner. This was a different person. The years of fear and submission had been stripped away, replaced by a cold, hard fury. The collector had taken her, but he hadn't kept her. "He got careless, Bo," Luan said, taking a step forward. The shotgun remained level, pointed at his chest. He was so busy enjoying his new prize he forgot to check the glove box of his own truck. Funny what you can find in there, like a loaded .44 Magnum. She patted a large revolver tucked into her waistband. "He's not a problem anymore. Left him and his jet-powered refrigerator in a ditch about 50 miles back." Bo's face went pale. He had always seen Luan as a piece of furniture, a part of the diner's drab scenery. He had never considered that she was capable of this. "Now," Luan said, her voice dropping, "you're going to let that girl go." Cletus, who had been watching this exchange with dull confusion, seemed to finally process the situation. He turned his attention from Miles back to this new, more immediate threat. He let out a low growl and took a step towards Luan, raising his skinning knife. Luan didn't even flinch. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Cletus," she said, her voice calm. You know, for 5 years, every time you walked past me smelling of blood and grease, I dreamed of this moment. Every time Hetty called me honey and looked at me like I was a fattening calf, I planned this. The shotgun boomed. The blast was immense, a cannon shot in the desert night. It caught Cletus square in the chest. The force of the buckshot was incredible, lifting the giant off his feet and slamming him backward onto the ground. He lay still, a ragged, dark hole where his heart had been. The quiet butcher was finally quiet for good. Bo screamed, a high-pitched sound of terror and disbelief. He dropped Cassidy and fumbled with his rifle, trying to bring it up. He was too slow. Luan racked the shotgun with a smooth, practiced motion, the shuck-shuck of the pump a final, definitive sound. She leveled it at Bo. "This," she said, her voice a low, venomous hiss, "is for Anna, and Marcus, and the Hendersons, and for every other poor soul you turned into a traveler's special." She pulled the trigger. The second blast tore Bo apart, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Silence descended once more, thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. It was over. The hunters were dead. Luan stood for a moment, the shotgun smoking in her hands, her chest heaving. Then she walked over to where Miles lay, her boots crunching in the dirt. She looked down at him, her face unreadable in the glare of the headlights. "Looks like you had a rough night, Deputy," she said. Miles could only stare up at her, at this avenging angel who had appeared out of the darkness. "Luan, how?" "5 years is a long time to be a ghost," she said, her voice softening slightly. "You watch, you listen, you learn where the keys are hidden, you learn who the real monster is." She glanced over at the bodies of her former captors. "Hetty is the root of this rotten tree. The boys were just the branches." She offered him a hand. "Can you stand?" "My leg's broken," he grunted. She nodded. "We'll deal with that." She looked over at Cassidy, who was now sitting up, clutching her bleeding leg, staring at Luan with a mixture of terror and awe. "Both of you are a mess." Luan went to the muscle car and came back with a first aid kit. It was a well-stocked, professional kit, likely another item liberated from the collector's truck. "We need to get you two to a hospital," Luan said, as she began to expertly bandage Cassidy's gunshot wound. "But first, there's one more piece of family business I need to take care of." She finished her work and looked back towards the distant lights of the Hemlock's truck stop. "Mama's waiting up for her boys. I'd hate for her to be disappointed when they don't come home." Her eyes were cold and hard as stone. "The family business is officially under new management." Chapter 13. A Mother's Love. The drive back to the truck stop was a surreal journey through a landscape of pain and vengeance. Miles was propped up in the passenger seat of the roaring muscle car, his broken leg extended awkwardly, a makeshift splint from the first aid kit providing meager support. In the back, Cassidy was quiet, drifting in and out of consciousness, the hasty bandage on her leg already showing a dark stain. Luan drove with a focused intensity, her hands steady on the wheel, her eyes fixed on the road. The shotgun lay on the seat between them. The familiar, faded sign for Hemlock's Eats and Gas came into view, its cheerful promise of a slice of home, a grotesque joke in the blood-soaked night. Luan didn't slow down. She drove the car straight through the gravel lot and parked it directly in front of the diner's main entrance, its high beams flooding the interior with light. Through the windows they could see her. Mama Hetty was behind the counter wiping it down with a rag just as she had been hours ago. It seemed like a lifetime. She looked up as the car approached, her expression shifting from curiosity to a dark, knowing anger. She saw Lewin in the driver's seat. She saw the shotgun. She knew her boys were not coming back. "Stay here," Lewin said, her voice flat. "This won't take long." She got out of the car, the shotgun held at her side. She walked to the diner door and pushed it open, the little bell above it giving a final, ironic jingle. She stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind her. Miles and Cassidy could only watch, helpless spectators to the final act of the tragedy. They saw Lewin and Hetty through the large front window, two figures in a silent, deadly tableau. They couldn't hear the words, but they could read the body language. Hetty, her face a mask of incandescent rage, her mouth moving, spitting words of venom and betrayal. Lewin standing calm and resolute, the shotgun never wavering. Hetty's hand dropped below the counter. Miles's heart lurched. He remembered Bo's shotgun from behind the counter in the liquor store raid in Vegas. There was always a weapon. "She has a gun," Miles croaked, trying to push himself up. But Lewin was ready. She had spent 5 years watching Hetty's every move. She knew every secret, every hiding place. Before Hetty could bring the weapon up, Lewin raised her own shotgun and fired. The blast blew out the front window of the diner, sending a shower of glass cascading across the parking lot. The force of the shot threw Hetty backward, her massive body slamming against the wall of liquor bottles behind the counter. The shelves collapsed, and she disappeared from view in an avalanche of shattering glass and cascading alcohol. Lewin stood for a moment in the smoking, ruined diner. Then she turned and walked back out, her face grim. The smell of cordite and whiskey filled the air. She got back into the car. "It's done," she said, her voice barely a whisper. She looked at Miles, then at Cassidy in the back. "The whole rotten family, it's over." She started the car and drove away from the darkened, silent truck stop, away from the bodies and the blood and the ghosts. She drove them into the approaching dawn, towards the distant promise of a hospital, a police station, and a world where monsters were just stories. But as the sun began to cast its first pale rays over the horizon, illuminating the vast, empty desert, Miles knew it wasn't truly over. The collector was part of a network. There were other families, other truck stops on other lonely highways. The Hemlocks were just one cancerous cell in a much larger disease. Lewin had cut out the tumor, but the sickness remained, hiding in the desolate, forgotten corners of the world, waiting for the next lost traveler. The road ahead was long, and the darkness was never as far away as you thought. The family business was vast, and somewhere, another mother was waiting to offer a slice of home to a stranger in the night. Chapter 14: An Economy of Ghosts. The muscle car, a '71 Plymouth Duster according to the faded emblem on the dash, was a rumbling, roaring sanctuary of pain. Every imperfection in the asphalt sent a shockwave of agony up Miles's shattered leg. He had it propped on the dashboard. The crude splint Lewin had fashioned from a tire iron, and strips of her own leather jacket doing little to numb the deep, grinding ache. Beside him, Luan drove with an unnerving calm, her knuckles white on the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the road ahead as if expecting a fresh threat to materialize from the rapidly brightening dawn. In the back, Cassidy had lapsed into a pained, feverish silence. The adrenaline of the fight had worn off, leaving her in the raw grip of her injuries. Her broken arm was cradled against her chest, and the gunshot wound in her thigh was a ceaseless, burning throb. She was watching the desert scrubland pass by, but her eyes were seeing other things. The greasy smile of Beau, the glint of Cletus's knife, the hollow despair in the faces of the ghosts she now knew had occupied her room at the truck stop. "We can't go to a hospital," Miles said, breaking the long silence. His voice was a dry rasp. "They'll have questions. Gunshot wounds, broken bones. A story about a cannibal family and a phantom trucker. They'll lock us in a padded room." "I know," Luan said without taking her eyes off the road. "Hospitals are for people who live in the real world. We're not in that world anymore. We fell through a crack in the pavement." "So where are we going?" he asked. The sun was clearing the horizon now, painting the undersides of the high, thin clouds in strokes of orange and pink. The beauty of it felt like a mockery. "A place I found," she said. "A place to lie low, a place to heal." She glanced at him, her eyes dark and serious. "And a place to think about what comes next." "What comes next is calling this in," Miles insisted, the lawman in him fighting to reassert itself. "State police, the FBI, there's a network, you heard Johnny. We can't handle that ourselves." Luan let out a short, bitter laugh. "Call them. And tell them what? That a waitress who was presumed dead 5 years ago just killed 3 people and maybe a fourth based on the word of a paranoid drifter. That there's a secret society of cannibal families running businesses off desolate highways. They'll thank you for the tip, and then they'll charge us with murder, conspiracy, and public lunacy. The network, as Johnny called it, is protected by its own absurdity. No one would ever believe it." She was right. He knew she was right. He pictured himself trying to explain the events of the last 12 hours to his sheriff. He'd be trading his badge for a straitjacket before he finished the first sentence. The evidence was a scene of carnage that painted them, the survivors, as the perpetrators. The Hemlocks were, on paper, respected local business owners. He, Luan, and Cassidy were a deputy off his jurisdiction, a long-missing person and a transient. It was their word against the silent, butchered dead. "The collector," Miles said, changing the subject. "You said you left him in a ditch. Are you sure he's dead?" Luan's hands tightened on the wheel. He pulled over to the side of the road to discipline me for not being grateful enough for his rescue. He made a mistake. He left the car running and he left his keys in his jacket pocket. The jacket he took off before he started. She took a deep breath. "I found his backup piece in the glove box, a big .44. It was heavy. I shot him twice in the chest. He went down. I took his car, his wallet, and his first aid kit. I left him there." The story was cold, efficient. A transaction. But Miles could see the faint tremor in her hand, the haunted look in her eyes. It hadn't been that clean. She had fought for her life and won, but the fight had cost her something. "And you believe him to be part of this network?" Miles prodded. "He's not a part," Luan said. "He's the connective tissue. He's a freelance ghoul. I'd listened to him talk on the phone when he came to see Hetty. Never used names, only code. The family up north needs more salt. The folks on the western route have a surplus of product. He wasn't just a buyer, he was a broker. He managed the supply chain for an economy of ghosts. The phrase hung in the air between them, chilling Miles to the bone. An economy of ghosts. That's what this was. A secret, monstrous commerce thriving in the empty spaces, fueled by the flesh of the lost and the forgotten. The Hemlocks were not an anomaly. They were a franchise. They drove for another hour, the duster eating up the miles. The desert gave way to rolling hills dotted with juniper trees. Llewellyn took a turn off the main highway onto a smaller, unmarked dirt road. The car bounced and rattled, sending fresh jolts of pain through Miles and Cassidy. After several miles, a dilapidated homestead came into view. It was an old ranch house, its paint peeled away by years of sun and neglect, its windows boarded up. A collapsed barn stood beside it like the skeleton of a great beast. "This is it," Llewellyn said, pulling the car to a stop behind the crumbling structure, hiding it from the road. "Home sweet home." "Who lived here?" Cassidy asked from the back, her voice weak. "The Millers," Llewellyn answered, her voice soft. "A family of 4. Their car broke down about 10 miles from Hemlock 7 years ago. Hetty told me about them once, bragged about it, said they were the first big score she made after her husband died. The first ones she and the boys handled all on their own." She got out of the car and looked at the decaying house, not with fear but with a kind of grim reverence. "I found this place a year ago when Bo sent me out for parts. I've been stocking it ever since, a little bit at a time. Canned food, water, medical supplies. I siphoned them from the diner's shipments. Hetty never noticed. She just thought I was a stupid, broken girl." Llewellyn looked back at Miles and Cassidy, her eyes burning with a cold fire that had been forged over 5 years of silent slavery. "I wasn't broken. I was waiting. I was planning to take them down myself alone. Then you two showed up." She offered a wry, tired smile. "You complicated things, but you also accelerated the timeline." She opened the passenger door. "Come on, deputy. Let's get you inside. The real work is about to begin. Hetty may be dead, but the family business has branches all over this state, and I intend to prune every last one of them." Chapter 15. A Map of Scars. The inside of the old Miller house smelled of dust, decay, and rat droppings. But beneath the neglect, there was a layer of Llewellyn's meticulous preparation. The main room was dominated by a large wooden table. Stacked neatly against one wall were crates of canned goods, jugs of water, and several ammunition cans. A pair of sleeping bags were rolled up in a corner. It was a Spartan, functional hideout, a testament to years of stolen moments and quiet planning. Getting Miles inside was a clumsy, agonizing ordeal. Llewellyn was strong, but he was a dead weight. Together, he and Cassidy, leaning on each other, managed to hobble through the door and collapse onto the dusty floor. "All right," Llewellyn said, her voice all business. "Let's deal with these injuries. This is going to hurt." What followed was a nightmare of primitive medicine. Llewellyn's first aid kit was more than a simple box of bandages. It was a trauma kit, filled with sutures, sterile dressings, antiseptics and painkillers that Miles recognized as military grade. Another gift from the collector's well-appointed truck. She started with Cassidy. After giving her 2 chalky white pills to swallow, Luann carefully cut away the blood-soaked denim of her jeans. The gunshot wound was ugly, a torn, bleeding mess high on her thigh. "It went through," Luann said, her voice a low murmur of concentration. "Clean exit wound. You were lucky." She cleaned it with a brutal efficiency that made Cassidy cry out, her knuckles white as she gripped the dusty floorboards. Luann stitched the wound closed with steady, practiced hands, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then she turned to Miles. His leg was swollen, the skin a deep, bruised purple. "This is broken," she stated the obvious. "A bad break just above the ankle, it needs to be set. The pills will help, but not enough." He dry swallowed the pills she gave him. "Where did you learn to do this?" he grunted, bracing himself. "You spend 5 years listening to a family of butchers talk about their work. You pick up a thing or two about anatomy," she said, her voice grim. "And you learn to patch yourself up, because no one else is going to do it for you." The process of setting his leg was a blur of white-hot agony. Luann had him bite down on a strip of leather while she manipulated the bone back into place with a sickening crunch. Miles felt consciousness flicker at the edges, the world dissolving into a haze of pain. When he came back, his leg was immobilized in a proper splint, tight and secure, and Luann was wiping sweat from her forehead. For the next few hours they rested, a broken trio of survivors huddled in the ghost-haunted house. The painkillers took the edge off the pain, replacing it with a dull, throbbing lethargy. As the afternoon sun slanted through the grimy, boarded-up windows, Luann stood up. She walked to one of the walls and pulled down a dusty horse blanket that had been tacked there. Behind it was a large, detailed map of Nevada, pinned to the wall. It was crisscrossed with handwritten lines and notes. Several locations were circled in thick, red marker. Miles pushed himself up on his elbows. He recognized one of the red circles immediately. It was in the center of the state, right where they had been. Beside it, Luann had written a single word: Hemlock. "What is this?" Cassidy asked, her voice raspy. "This is my life's work for the past 2 years," Luann said, her voice low and intense. "This is the map of the network, or at least the parts of it I could piece together." She pointed to the circle labeled Hemlock. "This was the hub as far as I can tell. Hetty was old school. She'd been doing this longer than anyone. The collector respected her. He'd talk more freely around her." Her finger moved north towards the top of the state near the city of Elko. She tapped another red circle. "The Barlows, a family of 3. They run a place called the Sleepy Hollow Motel off a secondary highway. People check in, but they don't check out. The collector mentioned their smokehouse once, said they had a unique flavor." Her finger slid west towards the California border. "The Shepherd clan, they run a scrap yard. Cars from accidents and breakdowns get towed there. The drivers often disappear from the paperwork. The Shepherds are breeders, big family, lots of sons. They're sloppy, but they're numerous." There were 2 other circles on the map, one in southern Utah and another in Arizona, both marked with question marks. "I'm not sure about these," Luan admitted. I only heard them mentioned once, coded references the collector made, but I know they're out there. Miles stared at the map, at the red circles that represented black holes on the map of civilization, places where people simply vanished. It was a cancer, and they had only cut out one tumor. We have to go to the police, Miles said again, but his voice lacked conviction. He was looking at the map at the sheer, insane scale of it. Luan was right. Who would believe them? No, Luan said, her back to him. The police can't fix this. The system can't fix this. The system is what lets these people hide. They prey on the people the system doesn't care about. The runaways, the drifters, the people with no one to miss them. People like me. People like Cassidy. She turned to face them, her eyes blazing with a righteous fire. You saw what they did, Miles. You saw how they operated. Do you think a court of law could ever understand that? They'd get lost in procedure. The evidence would be dismissed as circumstantial. The network would seal itself up, cut off the branch, and keep on growing in the dark. There's only one way to deal with a rot like this. She picked up the shotgun that was leaning against the wall. You have to burn it out, root and stem. The room was silent, save for the sound of the wind whistling through the cracks in the old house. Miles looked at his useless leg. He looked at Cassidy, pale and broken, a victim of a world he was supposed to protect her from. He thought of his badge, his oath. He had sworn to uphold the law. But what was the law in the face of such absolute, hidden evil? It was a shield full of holes. What you're talking about is vigilantism, he said, the words feeling hollow and inadequate. It's murder. Is it? Luan shot back, her voice sharp as broken glass. What do you call what the Hemlocks did? What the Barlows are doing right now at their motel? That's not murder, that's agriculture, and we are the cattle. She took a step closer, her shadow falling over him. I'm going after them, Miles, with or without you. I've been a ghost in their world for 5 years. It's time they became ghosts in mine. She left the map uncovered, a stark challenge hanging on the wall. The choice was laid bare. He could cling to the wreckage of the world he knew, a world of laws and procedures that had failed to stop this horror, or he could step through the looking glass with Luan into a new world, a world of hunters and monsters, where the only law was survival and the only justice was the kind you made for yourself. He looked over at Cassidy. She was staring at the map, at the red circles. Her fear was still there, a deep tremor in her soul, but beneath it something new was hardening, a resolve. She met Miles's gaze, and in her eyes he saw not a victim but the makings of a survivor who was tired of running. The decision wasn't just his anymore. It was theirs. Chapter 16. The Rust of a Badge. The week that followed was a crucible. The world outside the decaying Miller homestead ceased to exist, replaced by an enclosed reality of pain, healing, and the slow, grim forging of a new purpose. Time was measured not by the sun, but by the changing of bandages, the doling out of painkillers, and the slow, agonizing return of strength to their broken bodies. Luan was their anchor. She moved with a tireless, focused energy, tending to their wounds, rationing their food, and reinforcing the homestead's defenses. She was no longer just an avenging angel. She was a drill sergeant, a field medic, and a quartermaster rolled into one. Her grief for her stolen years was channeled into a white-hot practical rage. Miles's days were spent in a haze of enforced stillness. His broken leg was a constant, throbbing reminder of his vulnerability. He was a man of action reduced to a strategist, a lawman trapped in a broken body. He watched Llewellyn and Cassidy, his mind a battlefield. Every instinct he had ever honed as a cop screamed at him to find a way to contact the outside world, to trust the system. But every night, his dreams were filled with the faces on the missing persons flyers and the cold, professional stare of the collector. The system had not saved them. The system had not even known they were gone. Cassidy's transformation was the most profound. The first few days she was consumed by the trauma, prone to bouts of weeping and long, terrified silences. But as her body began to heal, a new hardness crept into her eyes. The fear was still there, but it was no longer the paralyzing terror of a victim. It was the focused, angry fear of a cornered animal that had decided to fight back. She had spent the last 3 days of her old life running from one monster, only to fall into the clutches of a whole family of them. She was done running. "Show me," she said to Llewellyn on the fourth day, her voice steady. She was pointing at the shotgun. "Show me how to use it." So the training began. In the desolate stretch of land behind the collapsed barn, Llewellyn taught Cassidy how to handle the weapons she had taken from the collector's duster. The heavy .44 revolver and the brutal, sawed-off 12-gauge shotgun. She taught her how to stand, how to aim, how to control her breathing, how to reload under pressure, how to make every shot count. The first time Cassidy fired the shotgun, the recoil knocked her to the ground, her broken arm screaming in protest. But she got up, her jaw set, and did it again. And again. She practiced until her good shoulder was a mass of purple and green bruises, until the actions of loading and firing were second nature. She was pouring all her pain and rage into the mastery of these tools of destruction. Miles watched from the porch of the house, offering advice from his years of police training. "Keep both eyes open, Cassidy. Squeeze the trigger, don't pull it." But he knew what Llewellyn was teaching her went beyond the firing range. She was teaching her a mindset. Llewellyn had survived 5 years by being invisible, by observing. She taught Cassidy how to move quietly, how to use shadows, how to notice the things people didn't want noticed. She was teaching her how to be a ghost. In the evenings they would gather around the table, the map of Nevada their unholy scripture. They went through the contents of a metal briefcase Llewellyn had also taken from the duster. Inside was the collector's ledger. It was a meticulous record of his transactions, written in a tight, precise hand. Most of it was in a simple substitution cipher, but Llewellyn, having heard his coded phone calls for years, had a key to parts of it. Elko Smokehouse was clearly the Barlow's motel. Western Scrap was the Shepherd clan. There were dates, quantities listed by weight, and payments recorded in cash and supplies. The supplies were listed by catalog number, and Llewellyn found the catalogs in the case as well. Industrial meat processing equipment, chemical solvents, and high-end vacuum sealers. It was the business ledger of a serial-killing conglomerate. "He was getting sloppy," Miles observed, pointing to a series of notes in the margin. "These last few entries aren't in code. Names, dates. Henderson, RV, full processing. He was keeping trophies." The name hit Cassidy like a punch to the gut. Henderson. It was one of the names scratched under the bed in her room at the truck stop. The retired couple in the RV. The abstract horror now had a name, a face from a flyer Miles had described. That night Miles made his decision. He pulled his wallet from his jeans. He took out his deputy's badge, the silver star that had been the symbol of his identity. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. It represented a world of rules and order that had no power here, a world that was blind to the cancer growing in its desolate heart. To follow its rules now would be to betray the Hendersons, to betray Johnny, to betray the trust that Llewellyn and Cassidy, for whatever reason, were placing in him. He opened a loose floorboard near the hearth, a hiding place Llewellyn had shown him. He placed the badge inside, alongside his service weapon, now cleaned and reloaded. He covered the board. The lawman was buried. The hunter was born. He hobbled over to the table where Llewellyn and Cassidy were cleaning the weapons. He picked up a topographical map of the area around Elko. "The Barlow's Motel," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "It's isolated, sits on a long, straight stretch of road with clear lines of sight. Approaching unseen will be difficult." Llewellyn looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Cassidy stopped her work, watching him. "The south side is bordered by a dry riverbed," Miles continued, tracing a line on the map with his finger. "It offers cover almost all the way to the back of the property. If we approach at night on foot, we can get to their smokehouse without being seen from the main building." He was no longer talking about surveillance or calling for backup. He was planning an infiltration. He was planning an attack. A slow smile spread across Llewellyn's face. It was the first genuine smile he had ever seen from her. It was a grim, terrible thing. "Welcome to the family, deputy," she said. He looked at her, at Cassidy, at the arsenal of weapons spread across the table, and at the map of scars on the wall. The world had changed, and he had changed with it. His legs still throbbed, a constant reminder of his weakness, but for the first time in a long time he felt a sense of clarity, a sense of purpose as sharp and as cold as a butcher's knife. "Let's go over the plan," he said. Chapter 17, The Sleepy Hollow. 2 weeks later, the duster rolled north under a moonless sky. The journey was a tense, silent pilgrimage. Miles, his leg now confined in a rigid walking boot he'd scavenged from the collector's extensive emergency supplies, sat in the passenger seat, the topographical map of Elko County spread across his lap. His hands, once accustomed to the feel of a citation book and a radio microphone, now rested on the cold steel of the shotgun. In the back, Cassidy was a study in coiled stillness. She cleaned the .44 revolver with a methodical slowness, her movements economical and precise. The haunted, terrified girl who had pulled into Hemlocks was a ghost, replaced by a grim-faced apprentice to Llewellyn's dark trade. They had left the Miller homestead at dusk, a fortified tomb they had no intention of returning to. Everything they owned was in the car. They were nomads now, their only home the road, their only purpose the red circles on the map. "We're getting close," Llewellyn said, her voice a low murmur. She pointed to a faint, flickering glow on the horizon. "That's it, the Sleepy Hollow." They pulled off the highway a mile south of the motel, concealing the duster in a thicket of overgrown mesquite. The final approach would be on foot. The air was cold, the kind of biting, high-desert chill that seeps into your bones. No one complained. The cold was grounding. It kept them sharp. Miles moved with a pained, awkward gait, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift crutch. Every step was a negotiation with the screaming nerves in his leg, but he pushed the pain down. It was a fuel now, a reminder of what had been taken from him. Luan led the way, moving with a predator's silent grace. She navigated the darkness with an instinctual certainty, leading them into the dry riverbed that bordered the motel's property. It was their covered trench, a deep scar in the earth that shielded them from view. They moved along the bottom of it, the loose sand muffling their footsteps. After a 20-minute walk, Luan held up a hand, signaling a halt. They crouched behind a bend in the wash. Peeking over the edge, Miles got his first look at the target. The Sleepy Hollow Motel was a caricature of roadside hospitality. It was a single-story, L-shaped building with a dozen guest rooms, each with a faded blue door. A flickering neon sign out front depicted a cartoon moon with a sleeping cap, its once friendly wink now looking like a sinister leer. A single pickup truck was parked in front of the main office. The rest of the lot was empty. In the center of the L, there was a drained swimming pool, its concrete basin filled with dead leaves and garbage. Behind the main building, set apart from the guest rooms, was a squat, windowless cinder block building with a tall metal chimney. A thin, greasy plume of smoke, barely visible against the black sky, curled from the top of it. The smokehouse. Even from 100 yards away, Miles could smell it. A sweet, cloying odor like smoked pork, but with a strange, coppery undertone that turned his stomach. "Office lights are on," Cassidy whispered, her voice tight. "Someone's awake." "That's Ma and Pa Barlow," Luan said, her eyes narrowed. "They handle the front. Their boy, Silas, handles the processing." She nodded towards the smokehouse. "He's the one we need to worry about. The collector's ledger said he was industrious." "The plan is the same," Miles said, his voice a low command. "Luan, you have the best shot. You'll provide overwatch from here. Cover the space between the office and the smokehouse. Cassidy and I will move up, get inside the smokehouse. We need to see what's in there. We need proof. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we make a move on the main building." It was a scout and destroy mission, not a frontal assault. They had the element of surprise, but they were outnumbered and on unfamiliar ground. Recklessness would get them killed. Luan nodded, her expression grim. She chambered a round in the rifle she'd taken from Bo, the sound loud in the quiet night. She found a stable firing position at the top of the wash, the long barrel resting on a sandbag she'd brought for this purpose. "Give me a 5-minute head start," she said. "If anything moves between those buildings that isn't you, I'll deal with it. Radio silence unless it's an emergency." She handed Cassidy and Miles small walkie-talkies, another piece of the collector's kit. Then, she melted back into the shadows of the riverbed, circling around to get a better vantage point. Miles and Cassidy waited, the silence stretching out, thick with anticipation. The only sound was the distant hum of the motel's neon sign and the soft whisper of the wind. "Ready," Miles whispered. Cassidy looked at him, her eyes reflecting the faint, sickly glow of the motel sign. The fear was there, but it was caged now, subservient to a cold, hard resolve. She checked the .44 revolver on her hip and gave a single, sharp nod. They moved out, leaving the relative safety of the riverbed. They stayed low, moving from one patch of shadow to the next, their footsteps silent on the hard-packed dirt. The air grew thick with the smell from the smokehouse, a greasy perfume that coated the back of the throat. They reached the cinder-block building. It was even more ominous up close. The single metal door was thick, with no handle on the outside, only a heavy-duty slide bolt, currently unlocked. A low, mechanical hum emanated from within. Miles put his hand on the door, ready to push it open. He glanced at Cassidy. She had the revolver in her hand, holding it in a two-handed grip, just as Luan had taught her. He took a deep breath, the foul air filling his lungs, and pushed the door inward. It opened with a low groan, revealing the nightmare within. The room was bathed in a hellish red light from heat lamps. It was a butcher's workshop. Stainless steel tables lined the walls, stained with dark, dried fluids. Hooks hung from the ceiling on chains, some of them holding things. Miles's mind recoiled, refusing to process the shapes. In the center of the room, a large industrial smoker, the source of the mechanical hum, chugged away, its metal sides streaked with grease. And standing at one of the tables, his back to them, was a man. He was a large man, clad in a heavy, blood-soaked rubber apron. He wore headphones, nodding his head to a rhythm only he could hear. He was focused on his work, using a heavy cleaver to chop something on a large wooden block. The rhythmic thwack of the cleaver was the heartbeat of the room. It was Silas Barlow, the industrious son. He hadn't heard them enter. They had him. The element of surprise was total. Miles raised his shotgun. Cassidy leveled her revolver. This was it. The first blow against the network. A clean, quiet kill, and then they would deal with his parents. But as Silas turned to grab a new tool from the wall, the headphones slipped from one of his ears. The music, a tinny blast of heavy metal, escaped into the room, and he heard it. The faint scuff of Miles's boot on the concrete floor. He froze. His head, which was large and misshapen, slowly turned. His face was a pale, doughy mask of stupidity, but his eyes were small, cunning, and suddenly wide with alarm. He saw them. He didn't scream. He didn't reach for a gun. He did something far more unexpected. He slapped a large, red button on the wall beside his workbench. A deafening alarm bell began to clang throughout the property, a frantic, jarring peal that shattered the night's silence. At the same time, a heavy, barred gate slammed down from the ceiling, covering the inside of the doorway. They were trapped inside the abattoir with the butcher. Silas Barlow let out a low, guttural chuckle, a sound of malicious glee. He picked up his cleaver. His eyes, which had looked stupid moments before, now gleamed with a hungry, predatory light. He had been a simple worker moments ago. Now he was a monster in his own domain, and he was very, very happy to have guests. Chapter 18: The Butcher's Bill. The clang of the alarm was a physical assault, a frantic heartbeat that echoed the panicked rhythm in Miles's own chest. The barred gate that had slammed down in the doorway was thick, unforgiving steel. Their surprise attack had turned into a cage match. Silas Barlow seemed to grow in the hellish red light of the smokehouse. The slack-jawed butcher was gone, replaced by a grinning predator. He hefted the cleaver, its polished edge catching the light. He was big, much bigger than Miles had anticipated, with long, powerful arms. He took a slow, deliberate step towards them, his small, cunning eyes flicking between Miles and Cassidy. "Mama said we'd have visitors soon," Silas said, his voice a surprisingly high-pitched, childish whine that was chillingly at odds with his monstrous frame. "Said the folks down south went quiet. I was hoppin' you'd come. The meat's been gettin' boring." There was no time for tactics, no time for a plan. Miles reacted on instinct. He raised the shotgun and fired. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space, a roar of thunder that momentarily drowned out the alarm bell. He aimed for center mass, a shot that should have torn Silas apart. But Silas moved with a shocking, unnatural speed. He twisted his body, and the buckshot, instead of hitting him square in the chest, tore a ragged chunk from the thick, blubbery flesh of his side. It was a grievous wound, one that would have dropped any normal man. Silas only grunted, a sound of annoyance, and staggered back a step. A dark, sluggish fluid, thick as oil, began to seep from the wound, but he seemed to pay it no mind. "Naughty," Silas giggled, his grin widening. "You've gone and ruined a perfectly good apron." He charged. Cassidy fired the .44, the heavy revolver bucking in her hands. The bullet struck Silas in the shoulder, spinning him slightly but not stopping his momentum. He was on them, the cleaver held high. Miles shoved Cassidy out of the way, taking the brunt of the charge himself. He brought the shotgun up like a club, trying to parry the cleaver. There was a jarring clang of metal on metal. The shotgun was knocked from his grasp, skittering across the blood-slick floor. Silas's sheer, brute force was overwhelming. He slammed into Miles, and they both went down in a tangled heap. Miles's broken leg screamed in agony as it hit the concrete. The world swam in a sea of white-hot pain. He was on his back, the massive butcher straddling him, pinning him down. Silas's face was inches from his, and it smelled of old sweat, blood, and the sweet, rotten odor of the smokehouse. He raised the cleaver for a final, killing blow. Another gunshot. Cassidy, back on her feet, had fired again. The bullet grazed Silas's head, tearing a furrow through his scalp and one of his ears. He roared in pain and fury, turning his attention to her. It was the opening Miles needed. He drove his fist into the fresh shotgun wound in Silas's side. The butcher howled, a high-pitched sound of pure agony, and rolled off him. "Get the hooks!" Miles yelled at Cassidy, scrambling away, trying to get to his shotgun. Silas was enraged. He lunged at Cassidy, the cleaver a silver blur. She dodged, stumbling backward over one of the steel tables. Her hand knocked against a rack of butchering tools. Her fingers closed around the first thing they found, a long, heavy meat hook. As Silas came at her again, she swung it with all her might. The sharp point of the hook caught him in the thigh, sinking deep into the muscle. He screamed, a sound of childish rage, and kicked out, sending her sprawling. Miles had reached his shotgun. He racked the pump, chambering a new round, and got to one knee, his broken leg protesting every movement. He had a clear shot, but just as he was about to fire, the sound of the alarm bell stopped. A new sound replaced it, a crackle of static, and then a woman's voice, amplified by loudspeakers somewhere outside. It was a calm, almost gentle voice, like a schoolteacher addressing a class. "Silas, honey, are you playing with your food again? You know the rules. We don't break our toys before Mama gets to see them." The voice seemed to have a physical effect on Silas. He froze, his head cocked, listening. The murderous rage in his eyes was replaced by a look of fear, the fear of a child who was about to be disciplined. "They shot me, Mama," he whined, his voice reverting to its petulant, childish tone. "They shot me in the side." "I know, sweetie. I saw," the voice on the loudspeaker replied, its tone still unnervingly calm. "And Mama will kiss it and make it better. But first, you need to be a good boy and bring our guests outside. We have some questions for them." Silas looked from the barred door to Miles and Cassidy. He was torn between his primal urge to kill and his ingrained obedience to his mother. He let out a low, frustrated growl. "Now, Silas," the voice commanded, a new hard edge to it. "Don't make me come in there." That was the deciding factor. Silas visibly deflated. The monster was gone again, replaced by the chastised child. He pulled the meat hook from his leg with a wet sucking sound, tossing it aside. He turned and shuffled towards a control panel on the far wall. "What about Lewin?" Cassidy whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Miles's blood ran cold. He had been so focused on the fight inside that he had forgotten about their overwatch. Ma Barlow's calm announcement meant one of two things. Either she didn't know Lewin was out there, or she had already been neutralized. Neither possibility was good. Silas flipped a switch, and with a loud grinding of gears, the barred gate began to retract upwards into the ceiling. The trap was opening. They were being invited out into the main courtyard, into the killing field. "Get ready to run," Miles hissed at Cassidy. "When that gate is clear, we run for the riverbed. Don't stop, don't look back." Silas turned to them, his expression sullen. "Mama's waiting," he grumbled. The gate was halfway up. Miles gathered himself, preparing to launch himself into a desperate, hobbling sprint. Cassidy tensed beside him. Then a new voice crackled over their walkie-talkie. It was Lewin. Her voice was strained, breathless. "Miles, trap, it's Her voice was cut off by a burst of static, followed by the unmistakable sound of a high-powered rifle shot, very close to her position. Then, silence. The gate was fully open. The path to the courtyard was clear, but there was no hope in it. Silas stood by the door waiting for them to walk out. And outside, somewhere in the darkness, Ma Barlow, the calm, controlling matriarch of this new nightmare, was waiting with a rifle, having already taken their guardian angel out of the sky. The butcher's bill had come due, and it was going to be paid in full. Chapter 19. Mama's Rules. The choice was simple. Die in the abattoir at the hands of the wounded but still powerful Silas, or walk out into the open and face the unseen rifle of his mother. Miles chose the devil he couldn't see. "Walk," he said to Cassidy, his voice low and tight. "Slowly. Don't give her a reason to shoot." He pushed himself to his feet, leaning heavily on the shotgun as a crutch. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to fight, but Luan's silenced radio was a ghost in his ear. They were outmaneuvered. Rushing out would be suicide. Their only hope was to play along, to buy time, to find a new opening. They stepped out of the smokehouse into the cold night air. The courtyard was bathed in the harsh, sterile light of several powerful floodlights that had just been switched on, turning the area into a stark, shadowless stage. Standing in front of the motel office, not 50 feet away, was a woman. Ma Barlow was the polar opposite of Mama Hetty. Where Hetty had been a monument of soft, deceptive flesh, Ma Barlow was whipped thin, with a body made of wire and leather. She had short, severe gray hair and a face so wrinkled and sun-beaten it looked like a dried apple. She wore a simple, practical rancher's coat and held a long-barreled hunting rifle with a large scope, holding it with the casual familiarity of a master craftsman. Beside her stood a stooped, nervous-looking old man with watery eyes and a permanent tremor in his hands. Pa Barlow. He clutched a rusty double-barreled shotgun like a holy relic. "See, Silas," Ma Barlow said, her calm voice now coming directly from her without the aid of a loudspeaker. "That wasn't so hard, was it? You bring them to me and I handle the rest. Those are the rules." Silas shuffled out of the smokehouse behind Miles and Cassidy, grumbling and clutching his wounded side. He looked like a pouting schoolboy. "They shot me, Mama," he whined again. "I know, baby. I know," she cooed, her eyes never leaving Miles and Cassidy. "And Mama will take care of the bad people. Now go inside and have Pa look at your owies. There's lollipops in the jar." The old man, Pa Barlow, started leading the massive Silas towards the office, clucking and fussing over him like a nervous hen. The scene was so grotesquely domestic it made Miles's skin crawl. "You're a deputy," Ma Barlow stated, her sharp eyes fixated on Miles. It wasn't a question. "Or you were from down south. Hetty called about you, said you were meddlesome." "Where is my friend?" Miles demanded, his voice hard. "The one on the ridge." Ma Barlow gave a thin, dry smile. "The girl with the rifle, she was good, very patient, but this is my land. I know every rock, every hollow. I've been hunting coyotes on that ridge since before she was born." She patted the scope on her rifle. "Thermal, wonderful invention. Makes it so much easier to find the little critters hiding in the dark. Don't you worry about her, she's resting." The words were a punch to the gut. Resting. It could mean anything, but in this place it only meant one thing. Miles felt a surge of cold fury. Llewellyn had survived 5 years of hell only to be cut down here. "You and Hetty," Miles said, trying to keep her talking, trying to inch closer. "You're partners." "Hetty was a sloppy, sentimental fool," Ma Barlow sniffed, her lip curling in disdain. "All that mama and honey nonsense. She played with her food. Me, I run a business. People come to the Sleepy Hollow because they're tired. I just help them get their rest. It's clean, it's efficient." She gestured with her rifle towards the drained swimming pool. "No fuss, no muss. The old pool has a good drain, easy to hose down. Pa takes care of the leftovers. He has a gift for gardening. Miles followed her gaze. At the far end of the property, he could see a small, immaculately kept vegetable garden, its rows of corn and squash looking unnaturally green and vibrant against the arid landscape. Pa Barlow's fertilizer. The thought was nauseating. And the collector, Cassidy asked, her voice surprisingly steady. Was he part of your business? Ma Barlow's eyes shifted to Cassidy, a flicker of genuine curiosity in them. The collector was a necessary evil, a distributor. He paid well, but he was arrogant. I heard there was some trouble with him down south. Her eyes bored into them. I'm guessing that was your doing. What do you want from us? Miles asked. Want? Ma Barlow chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. I want to know who you are, how you found us, how much you know about our associates. The collector's ledger would be a good place to start. I assume you have it. She leveled the rifle, the crosshairs now centered on Miles's chest. You're going to give it to me, and then you're going to help Pa in his garden. The situation was hopeless. They were in the open, outgunned and outmaneuvered by a woman who was smarter, more ruthless, and better prepared than the entire Hemlock clan. But then Miles saw it, a flicker of movement in the darkness behind the main office, a shadow detaching itself from other shadows. It was a figure moving low and fast, circling around the building. It was Luan. She was alive. She was bleeding from a wound on her head, and her rifle was gone, but she was alive and moving. Ma Barlow's arrogance had been her mistake. She had assumed her target was down for good. She hadn't confirmed the kill. Luan was creeping up behind Pa Barlow, who was just leading Silas into the office, his back to the play. Miles knew what he had to do. He needed to create a diversion. He needed to pull Ma Barlow's absolute, undivided attention onto himself, if only for a few seconds. You want the ledger, Miles said, taking a step forward, his voice loud, defiant. You'll have to come and get it. He raised his shotgun not to fire but to aim it directly at her. It was a suicidal move. He was too far away for the shotgun to be effective, and her rifle could pick him off with ease. But it was a direct challenge. Ma Barlow's thin smile returned. Foolish boy, she whispered. Her eye went to the scope. Her finger tightened on the trigger. All her focus, all her lethal intent was now on him. Miles braced himself for the impact. At that exact moment, Luan exploded from the shadows. She slammed into the stooped form of Pa Barlow, grabbing his rusty shotgun. There was a brief, frantic struggle. The old man was surprisingly wiry, but Luan was fueled by years of repressed rage. She tore the weapon from his grasp. Silas, who had been about to step into the office, turned with a confused grunt. Luan didn't hesitate. She shoved the barrels of the old double-barreled shotgun into Silas's wounded, blubbery side and pulled both triggers. The resulting blast at point-blank range was catastrophic. It eviscerated the giant, blowing a hole clean through him. He looked down at the gaping, smoking cavity in his torso with an expression of profound, childish surprise, then toppled forward like a felled tree. Ma Barlow, her eyes still pressed to her scope, heard the shot. She jerked her head up, her calm composure finally shattering. She saw her son, her baby, lying dead on her doorstep. She saw Luan holding the smoking shotgun. A sound tore from Ma Barlow's throat, a sound of pure, animalistic grief and rage that was more terrifying than any of her calm threats. Her face, once a mask of cold control, contorted into a hideous visage of hatred. She swung the rifle away from Miles and towards Luan. But the diversion had worked. It had bought Cassidy the 2 seconds she needed. While all eyes were on the struggle at the office door, Cassidy had dropped to one knee, steadying her aim with both hands. The .44 barked, its report a sharp counterpoint to the shotgun's boom. The heavy-caliber round struck Ma Barlow in the shoulder, spinning her around and spoiling her shot. The rifle discharged into the dirt. The matriarch of the Sleepy Hollow was wounded, her family was dead, and her perfect, orderly world was a smoking ruin. But she was not finished. She snarled, clutching her shattered shoulder, and tried to bring the rifle back to bear. Miles was already moving. Hobbling, running, half falling, he closed the distance, the last 30 feet of the killing ground. He didn't fire his shotgun. He didn't need to. He brought it up and swung it like a baseball bat, putting every ounce of his weight and fury into the blow. The stock of the shotgun connected with Ma Barlow's head with a sickening, wet crack. She crumpled to the ground, her rifle clattering on the pavement. She lay still. Silence fell over the Sleepy Hollow motel. The floodlights hummed. The sinister neon moon winked. The 3 survivors stood amidst the carnage, breathing heavily, their bodies battered, their souls scarred but alive. They had burned out another nest. But the victory felt cold, and the map on the wall back at the Miller house still had red circles on it. The war was far from over. Chapter 20: The Triage. The aftermath of the battle was a tableau of carnage illuminated by the stark, unforgiving glare of the floodlights. The air, thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, was unnervingly silent. For a long moment the 3 of them simply stood, caught in a state of suspended shock, the adrenaline that had fueled them draining away, leaving a hollow, trembling exhaustion in its wake. Luan was the first to move. She let the empty, double-barreled shotgun clatter to the pavement and staggered over to a wall, leaning against it for support. The wound on her head, a deep gash from Ma Barlow's rifle butt, was bleeding freely, a crimson river matting her dark hair. She had bought them their opening at a heavy price. "Luan," Cassidy cried, rushing to her side. She tore a strip of fabric from the bottom of her own shirt and pressed it against the wound, her hands shaking. "You're hurt." "We're all hurt," Luan rasped, her voice tight with pain. "But we're alive. Check the old woman, make sure she's finished." Miles hobbled over to where Ma Barlow lay. He nudged her with the barrel of his shotgun. There was no response. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the winking neon moon. The side of her head was a crushed, unrecognizable ruin. The matriarch of the Sleepy Hollow was dead. He felt a grim, cold satisfaction, but no triumph. This wasn't justice. It was pest control. His gaze fell on her rifle. It was a high-end bolt-action rifle with a beautiful wooden stock and a state-of-the-art thermal scope. A professional's tool. He picked it up. Their arsenal was growing. "She's done," Miles confirmed. He looked at Luan, at the blood soaking through Cassidy's makeshift bandage. We need to get you out of here. We need to find a place to patch you up." "No," Luan said, pushing herself off the wall. "Not yet. Business first." Despite her injury, her eyes were clear, her focus absolute. The ledger. She wanted the ledger. That means it's important. It's the key. She stumbled towards the motel office, using the wall for support. Miles and Cassidy followed, their own injuries screaming in protest. The office was a small, neat room, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. A tidy counter, a rack of faded postcards, a bell for service. Behind the counter, on a pegboard, hung a neat row of keys for the guest rooms. "The book," Luan muttered, scanning the room. Where would a meticulous bitch like her keep her most important secret? She began to search, her movements growing more frantic. She tore through the drawers, tossing aside registration cards and cleaning supplies. Miles joined the search, while Cassidy stood watch at the door, her revolver held at the ready, her eyes scanning the dark highway. "It's not here," Luan said, her voice laced with frustration. She slammed a drawer shut. "It has to be here." "Maybe it's not a book," Miles said, his cop's mind kicking in, searching for patterns, for the out-of-place detail. He looked around the room again. Everything was neat, orderly, except for one thing. On the wall behind the counter was a framed, cross-stitched sampler. It looked like 1,000 others in 1,000 motel offices, with a folksy saying stitched in looping blue thread. "There's no place like home." But it was hanging slightly askew. He reached over and straightened it. It felt heavy. He lifted it off the hook. It wasn't a sampler. It was the door of a cleverly concealed wall safe. "Luan," he said. Her head snapped around. Her eyes lit up with a feverish intensity. It was a combination lock, a simple dial. "The numbers," Luan whispered. "It has to be something she'd remember." She looked around the room, her eyes darting. Her gaze fell on a calendar hanging by the door. A date in June was circled in red. The date the collector had been scheduled to arrive at Hemlock's. "Try the date," she said. "June 27th, 6 to 7. Miles's fingers, clumsy and thick, turned the dial. Right to 6. Left past 6 to 2. Right to 7. He pulled on the small handle. Nothing. "Try it backwards," Cassidy suggested from the door. Miles spun the dial again. 726. He pulled. A soft metallic click echoed in the silent room. The safe was open. Inside there was a small stack of cash, a few pieces of jewelry, likely trophies from past victims, and a thick, leather-bound ledger. It was identical to the one they had taken from the collector. Luan seized it, her hands trembling. She opened it. The pages were filled with the same meticulous, coded script. But this one was different. It wasn't just a record of transactions. There were names, addresses, phone numbers. It wasn't just a business ledger. It was a directory. "This is it," Luan breathed, a look of awed horror on her face. "This is the whole damn thing." She swayed on her feet, the blood loss and the shock finally catching up to her. "We need to go," she said, her voice weak. "Now." They helped her out of the office and back to the duster, leaving the bodies of the Barlow clan where they lay, a silent testament to the night's bloody work. As they drove away, leaving the Sleepy Hollow to its ghosts and its winking neon moon, Miles looked at the new ledger sitting on the seat between him and Luan. They had started this journey with a handful of rumors and a thirst for revenge. Now they had a blueprint for the entire monstrous organization. They had the names. They had the locations. They had a hit list. But the victory was costly. Luan's head injury was serious. Miles's leg was a wreck. Cassidy was nursing a gunshot wound and the fresh trauma of having taken a human life. They were a broken, bleeding army of three. The ledger was a key, but it was also a death sentence. To possess it was to be the single greatest threat to the network. And the network, as they were about to discover, had a way of dealing with threats. They had cut off 2 branches of the rotten tree, but the roots ran deep, and they were already aware of the blight that was attacking them. "We need a doctor," Miles said, looking at Luan's pale, blood-streaked face. "A real one. We're too damaged to continue like this." "No doctors," Luan mumbled, her head lolling against the seat. "No hospitals, it's too risky. They'll be looking for us, people with our injuries." "Then what do we do?" Cassidy asked from the back, her voice small. Luan's eyes fluttered open. She looked at the ledger in her lap, then at Miles. "There's a name in the book," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "A doctor in Reno. The collector used him for specialized services. He patches up the family members when they get careless." "We can't trust him," Miles argued. "He's one of them." "We don't have a choice," Luan said, her eyes sliding shut. "He'll help us, or we'll make him." She passed out, slumping against the door, leaving Miles and Cassidy to drive through the dawning light towards the glittering, dangerous city of Reno, towards a doctor who serviced monsters, clutching a book that could get them all killed. They had won the battle, but they had just found the map to a much larger, more terrifying war. Chapter 21. A Doctor in Reno. Reno rose out of the desert like a mirage of broken promises. The crumbling facade of the city, with its peeling casino billboards and dusty, sun-bleached streets, felt like a fitting backdrop for their desperate mission. They were ghosts haunting the daylight, their battered car a hearse, the ledger on the seat a sacred, damning text. Luan was drifting in and out of consciousness. Her breathing was shallow, and the makeshift bandage on her head was soaked through. Miles knew a concussion of that severity could be a death sentence if left untreated. His own leg was a universe of pain, and Cassidy was pale and feverish from the infection that was likely beginning to set into her wound. They were a triage unit on wheels, and time was running out. According to the collector's precise notes, the doctor's office was not in the glittering heart of the city, but on its decaying fringe in a run-down industrial park wedged between a rail yard and a defunct chemical plant. The address belonged to a business called Argent Medical Services. The name was innocuous, clinical. The notes in the ledger were not. Dr. Alistair Finch, disposals, procurement, post-operative cleaning. The name sent a jolt through Cassidy. "Finch," she repeated from the back seat, her voice tight. That's my last name." "It's a coincidence," Miles said, though the word felt hollow. In their new reality there were no coincidences. There were only connections, threads in a web they were just beginning to see. They found the building. It was a low, windowless brick structure with a single, reinforced metal door. A small, discreet brass plaque was the only sign, Argent Medical. There were no office hours listed. "This is it," Miles said, his hands tightening on the steering wheel. "How do we play this?" "We can't go in armed and expecting a fight," Cassidy said, her voice stronger than he expected. "We look like what we are, desperate and hurt. We go in as patients. We see what he is. We see if he can be reasoned with." "Or forced," Miles added grimly. He helped Lewin out of the car. She was barely conscious, leaning on him, her breath hot against his neck. Cassidy, grim-faced, covered them from the car with her revolver, her eyes scanning the empty, sun-drenched street. Miles pounded on the metal door. For a long moment there was no answer. He was about to pound on it again when a small shutter slid open at eye level, revealing a pair of cold, intelligent gray eyes. "We're closed," a voice said from within, calm and professional. "We need a doctor," Miles said, letting the desperation show in his voice. "We've been in an accident, my friend. She's hurt bad." He let Lewin slump against him, her bloody hair in plain view. The gray eyes studied them for a long, silent moment. They lingered on Lewin's head wound, on Miles's makeshift splint. There was no sympathy in them, only a cool, professional appraisal. "The collector sent you," the voice stated. It wasn't a question. Miles hesitated, then nodded. It was a gamble. "Yes, we have a delivery for him." The eyes narrowed slightly. "He's not expecting a delivery, and he does not use intermediaries with injuries." The shutter slammed shut. Miles's heart sank. It was the wrong move. He had failed the test. He turned to signal to Cassidy, but before he could, there was a loud buzz, and the heavy metal door clicked open. "Get in," the voice commanded from the unseen interior. "Quickly." They stumbled inside into a small, sterile waiting room. The door slammed shut behind them with a heavy, final-sounding thud. The man who stood before them was tall and thin, with a neatly trimmed gray beard and the same cold, intelligent eyes from the shutter. He wore a pristine white lab coat. Dr. Finch. He looked them over, his gaze missing nothing. "You are not from the collector," he said, his voice flat. "He is meticulous. He would never allow his assets to get into this condition. You have interfered with his business, which makes you a liability." He pressed a button on his desk. Miles heard the distinct sound of magnetic locks engaging on the door they had just come through. "Now," Dr. Finch said, his calm demeanor never wavering, "you will tell me exactly who you are, how you found me, and what has happened to the collector. And then I will decide how best to dispose of the liability." From a side room, a new figure emerged. A large, brutish man in hospital scrubs, his face a mask of dull-witted obedience. He held a taser which he pointed at Miles. They had walked from one trap straight into another. But Cassidy, who had been silent throughout the exchange, took a step forward. "My name is Cassidy Finch," she said, her voice shaking but clear. "My father was a doctor, a surgeon. He disappeared 15 years ago. His name was Arthur Finch." Dr. Alistair Finch froze. His cool, professional mask shattered. For the first time, a flicker of genuine, raw emotion crossed his face. It was a look of stunned, absolute disbelief. He stared at Cassidy, truly seeing her for the first time. He saw the shape of her face, the color of her eyes. His composure crumbled, replaced by a storm of emotions Miles couldn't begin to decipher. "No," Dr. Finch whispered, the word a strangled sound. "It can't be. He told me. He told me you were all dead." The large, orderly looked at his boss, confused by this sudden turn. The doctor seemed to have forgotten he was there. He had forgotten Miles and the wounded Llewellyn. His entire world had shrunk to the face of the girl standing before him. "Who?" Cassidy pressed, her voice trembling. "Who told you we were dead?" Dr. Finch looked at her, his eyes filled with a dawning horror and a grief that was 15 years old. "My brother," he said, his voice cracking. "My older brother, the man you know as the Collector." Chapter 22. The Sins of the Brother. The silence in the sterile waiting room was absolute, broken only by the low hum of an air filtration system. The revelation hung in the air, a monstrous, impossible truth that reshaped the reality of everyone in the room. The Collector, the cold-blooded architect of a ghoulish supply chain, was Cassidy's uncle. Dr. Finch, the network's private butcher, was his brother. The brutish orderly, whose name was apparently Boris, looked from his boss to Cassidy, his simple face a mask of confusion. His world was one of clear orders and simple tasks. This sudden, raw emotional current was a language he didn't understand. He still held the taser, but his posture had lost its certainty. Dr. Finch took a shaky step towards Cassidy, his hand outstretched, then let it fall to his side. "Catherine," he whispered, using a name she hadn't heard in years, a childhood name. "He said there was a fire, that you, your mother, your father, all of you were gone." "There was no fire," Cassidy said, her voice a tense whisper. "He came to our house, my uncle, he and my father argued, there was shouting, then it stopped. He told my mother that my father had to go away for a while on a work trip. He said he would take care of us." She took a deep, shuddering breath. "He took care of us by sending us away, scattering us. He sent me to a boarding school on the East Coast. He told me my mother had a breakdown and that my father never came back. He paid for everything from a distance. I haven't seen him in person since that night." The pieces began to fall into place in Miles's mind, forming a picture of cold, calculated cruelty. The Collector hadn't just built a network of cannibals. He had built it on the ruins of his own family. "My brother," Dr. Finch said, his voice thick with a dawning, horrified comprehension. "Arthur, my brother was a brilliant surgeon, the best, but he had principles, a moral compass." His eyes met Miles's, a silent, desperate plea for understanding. "Our family, our line has a history, a peculiar appetite, a genetic anomaly. Most of us learn to control it, to manage it. My brother Arthur, Cassidy's father, he repressed it completely. He became a healer, a surgeon, to fight against it, to atone for the sins he felt were in his blood. But his brother, the Collector, he embraced it," Miles finished for him, the monstrous truth becoming clear. "He reveled in it," Dr. Finch corrected, a look of profound self-loathing on his face. "He saw it not as a curse but as a point of superiority. He believed we were a higher form of predator. He tried to recruit Arthur to have him use his surgical skills for procurement, for the network. Arthur refused. He threatened to expose him." Dr. Finch's face crumpled. "And so my brother did what he always does. He eliminated the complication. He must have killed Arthur that night. And then he lied to me. He told me they were all dead, so I would have no reason to ever look for them. So I would be alone, dependent on him and his business. He looked at Llewellyn, slumped unconscious in Miles's arms. He brought me into his world. He financed my clinic. He told me I was providing a valuable medical service to a select clientele, a private community. He told me the disposals were medical waste from other facilities. I knew it was a lie. I knew it was something dark. But I was complicit. I was a coward. I chose not to ask the questions because I was afraid of the answers. The confession poured out of him, a torrent of guilt held back for 15 years. He took everything from me, Cassidy whispered, tears streaming down her face. My father, my mother, my life. Dr. Finch looked at his niece, at the living ghost of the family his brother had destroyed. A new, hard resolve entered his eyes, replacing the grief. He will not take anything else, he said, his voice low and dangerous. He turned to the orderly. Boris, take them to the surgical suite, not the holding cells, the clean room, and bring me my primary medical kit. Boris, still confused, hesitated. But doctor, they are liabilities. They are my family, Dr. Finch snapped, his voice ringing with an authority Boris had never heard before. And they are patients. The liability is my brother. Now do as I say. Boris, startled by his master's vehemence, nodded quickly and gestured with the taser, now looking more like a misplaced tool than a weapon, for them to follow. They entered a state-of-the-art operating theater, a stark contrast to the grim functionality of the Barlow smokehouse. It was a room of gleaming chrome, digital monitors, and the sterile scent of antiseptic. It was a place designed for healing, but Miles knew with a sickening certainty that it had been used for far darker purposes. Dr. Finch, now a man possessed by a new and terrible purpose, became a whirlwind of efficiency. He and Boris transferred Llewellyn to an operating table, hooking her up to monitors that began to beep with the rhythm of her fragile life. Severe head trauma, Dr. Finch diagnosed, his hands moving with a surgeon's grace. Cranial bleeding. I have to relieve the pressure. He turned to Miles and Cassidy. Sit. Boris will attend to your injuries. He is a brute, but he is an excellent nurse. He looked at Cassidy, his eyes full of a terrible sorrow. I will save your friend, I promise you this. I owe your father that much. He then turned his attention to Llewellyn, his focus absolute. Boris, meanwhile, began to clean and dress Cassidy's gunshot wound with a surprisingly gentle touch. Another man, whom the doctor had summoned via an intercom, began to work on Miles's leg, cutting away the makeshift splint to examine the damage. Miles sat on a stool, the world spinning around him. They had come here seeking a monster, and they had found one. But they had also found a broken man, a reluctant accomplice who had just discovered the true depth of his brother's depravity. The network was not just a cabal of backwoods cannibals. It was a twisted family affair, built on a foundation of lies and murder. Dr. Finch had been a part of the problem, but now, confronted with the living proof of his brother's betrayal, he had the potential to become their most powerful and dangerous ally. He knew the network from the inside. He knew its secrets, its protocols, and most importantly, he knew his brother. As the doctor began the delicate surgery to save Luan's life, Miles looked at the ledger they had placed on a nearby steel table. It was a directory of monsters, but he knew with a chilling certainty that the most important name wasn't in the book. The final target, the root of all this evil, was not some distant, unknown entity. It was family, and a family war was about to begin. Chapter 23: The Devil You Know. For 2 days, the Argent Medical Services Clinic became a strange sanctuary, a sterile bubble suspended between a past of brutal survival and an uncertain future of vengeful warfare. The clinic, once a place of dark complicity, was transformed into a recovery ward. Dr. Finch worked with a single-minded, almost frantic devotion. He successfully operated on Luan, relieving the pressure on her brain. She remained unconscious, her life hanging by a thread, but the steady beep of the heart monitor was a rhythm of hope. The doctor set Miles's leg properly, encasing it in a lightweight professional cast. He treated Cassidy's wound, administering powerful antibiotics to fight the encroaching infection. He worked tirelessly, fueled by coffee, guilt, and a newfound, terrible clarity. Boris, the hulking orderly, proved to be as gentle and efficient as the doctor had claimed, changing dressings and monitoring their vitals with a quiet professionalism that belied his brutish appearance. On the third day, Luan opened her eyes. Her return to consciousness was slow, confused. She stared at the white ceiling, at the IV drip in her arm. Cassidy was at her bedside, holding her hand. "Where?" Luan whispered, her voice a dry rasp. "Reno," Cassidy said softly. "You're safe. We're all safe for now." Dr. Finch entered the room. He checked Luan's vitals, a look of profound relief on his face. "Welcome back," he said. "You gave us quite a scare." Luan looked at him, her eyes still clouded with confusion. Then her memory seemed to return. A flicker of the old, hard-edged Luan surfaced. "You're one of them," she said, her voice weak but firm. "I was," Dr. Finch corrected, his voice heavy with shame. "I was a collaborator, a fool, but that is over. My brother, your attacker. He has taken too much from my family. Now I will help you take everything from him." Later that day, they gathered in the doctor's private office. It was a stark, minimalist room, dominated by anatomical charts and shelves of medical texts. He had spread the two ledgers, the collector's and Ma Barlow's, across his large desk. "This is the first time I have seen the full scope of his operation," Dr. Finch said, his finger tracing a line of coded text. "I was a cog, a specialized, well-paid, and willfully ignorant cog, but I see it now. It's not just a business, it's an empire." He began to decrypt the ledgers, his knowledge of his brother's mind providing a key that Luan's eavesdropping could only hint at. He revealed the full, horrifying picture. The network wasn't just in Nevada and its bordering states. It had franchises, as he called them, in the desolate parts of Oregon, Montana, and West Texas. There were at least 7 active families. He pointed to Ma Barlow's ledger. "This is more than a directory. It's a contingency plan, protocols for communication blackouts, rally points, a list of contacts within law enforcement and the freight industry who are on his payroll." The name of a trucking dispatcher in Salt Lake City was circled. He helps them lose cargo manifests. Another name belonged to a county coroner in Arizona. Helps misidentify remains. The rot was deep, woven into the very fabric of the legitimate world. "How do we fight this?" Cassidy asked. "We're just 3 people, we're broken." "4," Dr. Finch corrected, "and we are not broken, we are focused." He looked up from the ledgers, his gray eyes hard as flint. "My brother has 2 weaknesses. The first is his arrogance. He believes himself to be untouchable, a superior being moving unseen among cattle. He will underestimate us. He already has." "What's the second weakness?" Miles asked, leaning forward, his crutches resting against his chair. "Me," Dr. Finch said simply. "For 15 years I have been his secure medical facility. I am his safe house, his private blood bank, his confidant. He trusts me. He doesn't love me. I doubt he's capable of such an emotion, but he trusts me. And that trust is the weapon we will use to destroy him." He outlined his plan. It was audacious, dangerous, and hinged entirely on his ability to play the part of the loyal brother. "He will contact me," Dr. Finch explained. "He must. He is meticulous. His asset, Luen, is missing. His prize duster is gone. He will assume Luen fled. He will call me to see if she has been foolish enough to seek medical help through any official channels I might have access to. He will need to know if the authorities are looking for her or for you. When he calls, I will tell him a story." The story was simple. Dr. Finch would claim that Luen had indeed shown up half-dead in a stolen car, that she had died on his operating table. He would tell his brother that before she died, she spoke of her companions, a meddlesome deputy and a girl, and their plan to go to the authorities. He would tell the collector that he had disposed of Luen's body and the car, erasing the evidence to protect the network and himself. "This will achieve 2 things," the doctor continued. "It will confirm Luen's death, removing her from his board, and it will send him after you." "You want him to come after us?" Cassidy asked, her voice tight with alarm. "Yes," Dr. Finch said, "but not in the way you think. I will tell him that I overheard you speaking of your destination, a place to lay low, a place far away where you believe he would never look for you, the old Shepherd scrap yard." The Shepherd clan, the breeders from the western part of the state, one of the red circles on Luen's map. "We will be leading him into a nest of his own creatures," Miles said, the tactical danger immediately apparent. "Precisely," Dr. Finch replied. "My brother is a predator, but he is also a pragmatist. He will not come alone. He will rally the nearest family, the shepherds, to help him hunt you. He will walk into a trap of his own making, surrounded by his own allies. But what he won't know is that we will be there waiting for him, and we will have an advantage he can't possibly account for." He opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out a silenced pistol and a small, sophisticated-looking radio transceiver. "Me," he said again, a grim smile touching his lips. "I will be his loyal brother on the radio, feeding him intelligence. Except I will be feeding him lies. I will be your eye in the sky, telling him you are in one place while guiding you to strike from another. We will use his own network, his own people, against him. We will turn his private hunting party into a massacre." The plan was a high-wire act over a canyon of death. It relied on deception, timing, and a level of psychological manipulation that was terrifying to contemplate. They would be walking willingly into the lion's den, armed with nothing but the word of a man who, until 3 days ago, was their enemy. Miles looked at Luan. She had been silent throughout the explanation, her face pale, her expression unreadable. She finally spoke, her voice still weak but steady. "He's right, it's the only way. To kill a snake, you have to cut off its head, but to get to the head, you have to walk through the viper's nest." She met Dr. Finch's gaze. "I'll do it. But if you betray us, Doctor, I will crawl from my own grave to kill you. I promise you that." Dr. Finch nodded slowly. "I have no doubt," he said. "The sins of my brother must be answered for, and the bill is long past due." Chapter 24: The Viper's Nest. The shepherd's scrap yard was a 10-acre monument to rust and decay. It sprawled across a barren salt flat in the western desert, a graveyard of forgotten vehicles piled into precarious, teetering mountains of metal. A greasy, black smoke constantly billowed from a primitive smelter in the center of the yard, coating everything in a fine layer of soot and filling the air with the acrid smell of burning rubber and chemicals. This was the viper's nest. For 2 days, Miles, Luan, and Cassidy had been hidden in the hills overlooking the yard, their new base of operations a cramped, forgotten prospector's cabin. Dr. Finch had driven them there himself in a nondescript panel van from his clinic's garage, leaving them with supplies, the weapons, and a set of encrypted radios. Then he had returned to Reno to wait for his brother's call. The call had come that morning. Miles had listened, hidden in the cabin, as the doctor's calm, measured voice came over the radio. "He's taken the bait. He believes Luan is dead and that you are headed here. He's furious that you have his ledger. He's on his way. He's bringing the whole Shepherd clan in on it, all 5 sons and the old man." Now they waited. They used the powerful thermal scope from Ma Barlow's rifle to study the scrap yard, mapping its choke points, its hiding places, its lines of fire. It was a tactical nightmare, a 3-dimensional maze of twisted metal that offered endless opportunities for ambush for both sides. The Shepherd clan was a stark contrast to the other families. They weren't hiding behind a facade of hospitality. They were openly feral. The 5 sons were hulking, brutish men who moved like pack animals, constantly wrestling and shoving each other. The patriarch, Old Man Shepherd, was a gaunt, terrifying figure with a long white beard and a wild, manic energy, who spent his days perched atop the highest pile of cars like a vulture on his throne, screaming orders through a bullhorn. "They're not just killers," Cassidy observed, her eye pressed to the scope. "They're cannibals, but they're also scavengers. They're stripping these cars for parts, running a chop shop. This is a real business." "A business that hides a slaughterhouse," Luan added, her voice a low growl. "Look there." She pointed to a large, corrugated metal shed near the smelter. A steady stream of stray dogs and coyotes would approach the shed, only to be chased away by one of the Shepherd boys wielding a length of pipe. "That's their larder," Luan said, "and their disposal unit." As dusk fell, a vehicle appeared on the long, straight road leading to the yard. It was not the collector's black duster. It was a dusty, unmarked sedan. The radio crackled to life. It was Dr. Finch. He's here. He's switched vehicles. He's not stupid. He's parked a mile out and is coming in on foot. He wants the shepherds to corner you first. He'll be the one to find you and the ledger. The hunt was beginning. Their plan, born from the doctor's cold logic and Miles's tactical experience, was simple and brutal. They would not hide and wait to be found. They would use the shepherd's own territory against them. They would become ghosts in the scrap yard, turning the maze into a killing field. Llewellyn was the bait. She would allow herself to be seen, a fleeting glimpse, drawing the pack into the heart of the yard. Miles and Cassidy would be the trap, positioned on opposite sides of a narrow corridor formed by towering stacks of crushed cars. Under the cover of the deepening twilight, they moved into position. The scrap yard was a disorienting labyrinth up close. The smell was overpowering. The ground was slick with oil and littered with shattered glass. Miles found his perch inside the hollowed-out shell of a school bus. Its windows shot out, offering a perfect firing line into the corridor. He rested the heavy hunting rifle on a broken seat, the thermal scope turning the world into a shifting landscape of hot and cold signatures. Cassidy was hidden 50 yards away, inside the cab of a rusted-out big rig. Llewellyn, armed with the shotgun and her nerve, disappeared into the maze. For 20 minutes there was nothing, only the sound of the wind whistling through the mountains of dead cars. Then he heard it, a shout from one of the shepherd boys. "There, I saw one." The pack was roused. Miles watched through the scope as 4 of the brothers, large, hot shapes in the thermal imaging, began to move into the maze, their movements clumsy but eager. They were followed by Old Man Shepherd, who was shrieking encouragement through his bullhorn. The radio in Miles's ear crackled. 4 targets entering the kill zone from the east, Llewellyn's voice whispered. The old man is with them. The 5th son is circling around the north. This was new information. A 5th son. He hadn't been with the main pack. "Cassidy, do you have eyes on the 5th? Miles whispered into his radio. "Negative," her voice came back tight with tension. "The angle is bad. He could be anywhere." The 4 brothers entered the corridor. They were walking into the trap. Miles lined up his shot. He centered the crosshairs on the lead brother. "Wait for my signal," he breathed into the radio. The brothers slowed, sensing something amiss. The corridor was too quiet. "It's a trap," Old Man Shepherd shrieked through his bullhorn. "Too late." "Now," Miles commanded. He squeezed the trigger. The rifle boomed, the sound swallowed by the maze of metal. The lead brother crumpled, a bloom of white-hot energy appearing in his chest in the thermal scope. At the same moment, Cassidy opened fire with the .44, her shots echoing from the other side of the corridor. Another brother went down, clutching his throat. Chaos erupted. The 2 remaining brothers in the corridor panicked, firing blindly into the walls of cars. Old Man Shepherd was screaming curses over the bullhorn. But where was the 5th son? Miles swung the scope, searching the area. He saw movement, a heat signature not to the north but above. The 5th son was a climber. He was moving along the top of the stacked cars, flanking them, coming up behind Cassidy's position. "Cassidy, above you," Miles yelled into the radio. "He's on top of the rig." He heard her panicked reply, followed by the sound of shattering glass and the roar of her revolver. He had to move. He had to get to her. He scrambled out of the bus, his legs screaming in protest. As he entered the corridor, one of the two surviving brothers saw him. The man raised his shotgun, a wild, triumphant grin on his face. Before he could fire, a shape emerged from a side passage. It was Luan. She fired her own shotgun at point-blank range, taking the man's legs out from under him. He went down, howling. The last brother standing in the corridor turned to face her. But from the far end, Old Man Shepherd appeared, leveling a rusty hunting rifle. "Luan the old man," Miles shouted. Luan ducked just as the rifle fired, the shot sparking off a car behind her. It was a chaotic, three-way firefight, and somewhere above, Cassidy was fighting for her life against the fifth brother. And the collector was still out there, watching, waiting. Miles knew with a sudden, chilling certainty that this was what his opponent had wanted. He had wanted them to engage the shepherds. He had wanted chaos. He had wanted them to expend their ammunition, to reveal their positions, to get bogged down in a bloody, unwinnable brawl. This wasn't a hunting party. It was a siege, and they were the ones who were trapped. The collector was not just a hunter, he was a general, and he had just used his own troops as cannon fodder to pin his enemy in place. Chapter 25: The Price of Victory. The scrapyard had become a symphony of gunfire and screaming. Miles, pinned down in the corridor with Luan, knew they were losing. The chaos was the collector's greatest weapon. He watched as Old Man Shepherd reloaded his rifle, a cackling, skeletal figure silhouetted against the glow of the smelter. The shepherd's son Luan had wounded was crawling towards her, a long knife in his hand. They were caught in a deadly pincer. Above them, the fight for Cassidy's life was a desperate, muffled struggle. Miles heard the sound of her revolver emptying its chambers, followed by a sickening thud and the sound of a man's scream cut short. Then, silence. "Cassidy," Miles yelled into the radio. Only static answered. His blood ran cold. He had to get to her. He had to end this. The radio in his ear crackled to life. It was Dr. Finch, his voice tight with urgency. "Miles, he's moving, the collector, he's coming in from the south entrance. He thinks you're all pinned down. He's coming to finish it himself." This was it, the final gambit. "Luan," Miles shouted over the gunfire. "The collector is coming, south side, we have to stop him." Luan, crouched behind a rusted engine block, looked at him, her face grim. She was bleeding again, a fresh cut on her arm. "We can't even stop these freaks," she yelled back. "Then we change the game," Miles roared. He looked past her at the towering, precarious mountain of crushed cars that formed one wall of the corridor. At its base, half hidden by debris, was a large, red tank of acetylene, its hoses leading to a cutting torch. An idea, insane and suicidal, sparked in his mind. "Cover me," he yelled, and before Luan could argue, he broke cover, hobbling and scrambling towards the tank. Old Man Shepherd saw him and fired, the shot whizzing past Miles's head. The wounded son lunged, but Luan met him with a brutal kick to the face, buying Miles a precious second. He reached the tank. The valve was rusted but movable. He grabbed the cutting torch. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. He fumbled with the striker, his hands shaking. A spark. A second. On the third try, the torch hissed to life, a brilliant blue-white flame that cut through the gloom. He didn't aim the flame at their enemies. He aimed it at the base of the tank itself. "Miles, what are you doing?" Lewin screamed, realizing his intent. "That'll take out the whole yard." "Exactly," he shouted back. "Get clear, get to Cassidy." He held the flame on the metal, which began to glow a dull, angry red. Old Man Shepherd, seeing what he was doing, let out a shriek of rage and charged, his rifle held like a club. Miles knew he wouldn't have time. He propped the lit torch against the tank, aimed at the glowing spot, and turned to meet the old man. He raised his own rifle, not to fire but to block. The two men collided, a cripple and a geriatric madman, in a desperate final struggle. Luan didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, scrambling up the pile of debris towards the last known position of Cassidy and the fifth brother. The tank behind Miles was hissing now, a high-pitched scream of tortured metal. He saw Luan reach the top of the rig. He saw her look down into the cab. He saw her face twist in horror. Then she looked back at him, her eyes wide, and screamed his name. The world dissolved into white light and a sound that was not a sound, but a physical blow that tore the air apart. The acetylene tank exploded. The shockwave was apocalyptic. The mountain of cars, its support literally melted away, collapsed inward. The corridor ceased to exist, burying Old Man Shepherd, his wounded son, and Miles himself under 100 tons of crushing, screaming metal. The chain reaction rippled through the yard, toppling other stacks, the entire scrap yard folding in on itself in a cataclysmic avalanche of rust and steel. The last thing Miles saw before the darkness took him was Luan, thrown from the top of the rig by the blast, a falling angel against a backdrop of fire and ruin. Chapter 26. All the Broken Pieces. Consciousness returned in fragments. Pain, the taste of blood and soot, the smell of burnt fuel, the feeling of immense crushing weight. Miles was pinned, his body contorted in a small pocket of space within the wreckage. A thick metal strut was pressed across his chest, making every breath a shallow, painful effort. His broken leg was a distant, numb agony. Through a small gap in the twisted metal above him, he could see a patch of smoke-filled sky. He was alive, buried alive. He tried to call out, but his voice was a dry, useless croak. He could hear nothing but the groan of stressed metal and the crackle of distant fires. The war was over, and he had lost. Luan, Cassidy, all of them gone. He had won the battle only to be consumed by his own final weapon. A bitter, profound despair washed over him. He closed his eyes, ready for the end. And then he heard it, a faint, rhythmic scraping. His eyes snapped open. The sound was close. It was the sound of metal being dragged against metal. He listened, his heart beginning to pound a slow, hopeful rhythm. The scraping stopped, and he heard a voice, hoarse and strained with effort. "Miles, deputy, can you hear me?" It was Luan. Tears of relief stung his eyes. "Luan," he croaked, his voice raw. "I'm here, I'm alive." "Thank God," her voice came back, thick with emotion. "Stay still, I'm coming for you." For what felt like an eternity, he listened to her work. She was using a long piece of rebar as a lever, slowly, painstakingly moving the pieces of wreckage that imprisoned him. She worked with a desperate, focused strength. Finally, a sliver of light turned into a gap, and her soot-streaked, bloody face appeared above him. She wasn't smiling. Her face was a mask of grief. She helped pull him from the hole. The pain was excruciating, but it was the pain of the living. He was free. He looked around at the devastation. The scrap yard was a mangled, smoking ruin. The battle was a distant memory. "Cassidy," he asked, his voice full of dread. Llewellyn's face crumpled. She didn't have to say a word. She just pointed towards the cab of the big rig, now half crushed under a pile of cars. They made their way to it. The fifth brother, the climber, lay on the ground beside the rig, his neck broken from the fall. But it was what was inside the cab that shattered them. Cassidy was there, slumped against the steering wheel. She was not killed by the fall or the blast. The front of her shirt was a dark, wet stain of red. In her lap, clutched in her hand, was the heavy meat hook from the Barlow's smokehouse, a weapon she must have taken as a grim souvenir. Embedded in the seat beside her, where her attacker had been, was a long, wicked-looking knife. She had won her fight. She had killed the fifth brother, but he had killed her too. Miles and Llewellyn stood in silence, two broken soldiers surveying the cost of their victory. They had cut out the rot, they had burned the nests, but the price had been too high. Llewellyn gently reached into the cab and took the ledger from Cassidy's bag. She also took the meat hook, holding it in her hand. "It's not over," she said, her voice a dead, hollow thing. "There are still names in this book, and there's still one more name that isn't." She looked at Miles, her eyes burning with a cold, terrifying fire that had consumed all her grief. "This doesn't end until he's in the ground. Her uncle, the collector, this is for her now." Miles looked at the body of the young woman he had tried to save, a woman who had become a warrior. He looked at Llewellyn, a ghost animated by pure, undiluted vengeance. He knew this was no longer a war for justice or even for survival. It was a suicide mission, a final, bloody entry in a ledger of death. But he also knew he would see it through to the end, for Cassidy, for all of them. From the wreckage of the school bus, he retrieved Dr. Finch's radio. He thumbed the button. "Doctor," he said, his voice heavy, "it's done, but Cassidy, she's gone." The silence on the other end was long. When the doctor's voice came back, it was stripped of all its clinical detachment, filled only with a terrible, aching sorrow. "I see. Then there is only one thing left to do." "Where is he?" Miles asked. "He's coming home," Dr. Finch replied. "He called me panicked. His network is in flames. His allies are dead. He is running. He's coming to the one place he thinks is safe. He's coming to me." "We're on our way," Miles said. He and Llewellyn stood for a moment longer, then turned their backs on the smoking graveyard. They hobbled away from the wreckage, two broken people with one final, impossible task. The final bill was coming due, and they would deliver it personally. Chapter 27, The Last Supper. The Argent Medical Services Clinic was a tomb. When Miles and Llewellyn arrived, guided by the doctor's final terse instructions, The place was dark and silent. The heavy metal door was unlocked. They entered a world scrubbed clean of its recent history as a recovery ward. The operating theater was sterile. The beds were gone. All that remained was a cold, clinical emptiness. They found Dr. Finch in his office. He was sitting behind his desk, dressed not in a lab coat, but in a simple, dark suit. He looked older, diminished, as if the weight of his family's sins had finally settled on his shoulders. A single, shaded lamp cast a pool of light on his desk, on which sat 2 glasses and a bottle of expensive-looking scotch. He didn't greet them. He just nodded towards the other chair. He will be here within the hour. He is traveling by helicopter. He is terrified. It's an emotion I have never seen in him. "What's the plan?" Luan asked, her voice flat. She held the meat hook at her side, her knuckles white. "There is no plan," Dr. Finch said, his voice quiet. "Not anymore. There is only an ending." He looked at them, his eyes full of a weary sorrow. "You two have been through enough. This final act. This is my responsibility. It is my family's sin to cleanse. I want you to go, take the van, take the cash from the safe, disappear, live the lives you have earned." "No," Luan said, her voice unyielding. "We see this through for Cassidy." The doctor looked at the meat hook in her hand, at the unquenchable fire in her eyes, and he nodded slowly. "Very well. Then you will be my witnesses." He poured 3 glasses of scotch, a drink for the end of the world. They waited in silence, the 3 of them, a fellowship of broken avengers. The only sound was the ticking of a clock on the wall. An hour later they heard it, the whoop-whoop-whoop of helicopter blades approaching, then descending onto the roof of the clinic. A few minutes later, a key turned in the lock of a private elevator in the corner of the office. The doors slid open, and the collector stepped out. He looked haggard. His usually immaculate suit was rumpled. There was a desperate, hunted look in his eyes. He saw his brother, and a wave of relief washed over his face. Then he saw Miles and Luan, and the relief turned to cold, shocked fury. "Alistair, what is the meaning of this?" he snarled, his hand instinctively going to a pistol tucked in his belt. "It is the meaning of everything, brother," Dr. Finch said, his voice calm. He did not move from his chair. "They are liabilities. I ordered you to." "You ordered me to do many things," the doctor interrupted. "You ordered me to forget my brother Arthur. You ordered me to believe his family was dead. You ordered me to serve your grotesque little empire." He stood up slowly. "The orders stop tonight." The collector stared at him, his mind racing, processing the betrayal. He raised his pistol. "You are a fool. I will kill them, and then I will deal with you." He aimed at Luan, but before he could fire, Dr. Finch did something unexpected. He smiled, a sad, tired smile. "No, brother," he said, "you won't." The collector suddenly grunted, a look of surprise on his face. He looked down. A small, dark stain was spreading on the front of his shirt. He looked back at his brother, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. "The scotch," Dr. Finch said, holding up his own glass. "A fast-acting, synthesized neurotoxin, my own creation, tasteless, odorless. I partook as well, it seemed. Symmetrical." The collector stumbled, his legs refusing to hold him. His pistol clattered to the floor. He fell to his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Why?" he choked out, his eyes pleading with his brother for an answer. "For Arthur," Dr. Finch said simply, "and for Catherine, for Cassidy." He, too, was beginning to sway, his own body betraying him. "The family business is hereby dissolved." He collapsed into his chair, his head slumping forward, the glass falling from his hand and shattering on the floor. He was gone. The collector was on the floor, dying, his reign of terror ending not with a bang but with a poisoned whimper. He looked at Luan, who was now standing over him. He saw the meat hook in her hand. He saw the absolute absence of mercy in her eyes. "Please," he rasped. Luan didn't say a word. She just raised the hook. Miles turned away. He did not need to see the final, brutal act of vengeance. He heard a single, wet thud, followed by a profound, all-encompassing silence. He and Luan stood in the dead man's office, surrounded by the ghosts of their past. It was finally, truly over. The network was decapitated. Its secrets were in the ledgers on the desk. They could burn them and the world would never know. Or they could give them to the authorities and spend the rest of their lives answering questions, ghosts in a system that would never understand. Luan looked at Miles, her eyes clear for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. The fire of vengeance had been quenched, leaving behind a vast, empty calm. "What now, Deputy?" she asked, her voice quiet. Miles looked at the desk, at the ledgers. He thought of his badge, buried under a floorboard in a dead family's house. He thought of Cassidy and the impossible price she had paid. He walked to the desk, picked up both ledgers and tucked them under his arm. "Now," he said, "we find a quiet place and we make a very long phone call. Let the world deal with its monsters. We've done our part." He offered his hand to Luan. She looked at it, then at him, and for the first time a genuine, tired smile touched her lips. She took his hand. Together, they walked out of the clinic, leaving the dead to their silence. They stepped out into the first light of a new day, two broken survivors walking away from the ashes of a secret war, forever bound by the ghosts they had made and the dawn they had earned. Chapter 28: The Weight of the Ledger. The phone call was not a single event but a campaign. From a series of anonymous payphones in the forgotten corners of dusty Nevada towns, Miles and Luan began their assault on the legitimate world. They didn't call the police. They called the press. They started with a hungry, young reporter at the Las Vegas Sun, known for his investigative work into organized crime. The first package he received was sent from a post office in Tonopah. It contained a single, blood-stained page from Ma Barlow's ledger, detailing her motel's profits, along with an anonymous, typewritten note pointing him towards the official, pristine business records of the Sleepy Hollow Motel, and the startlingly high number of missing persons last seen on that particular stretch of highway. The second package, sent from Ely, went to a stunned FBI agent in the Salt Lake City field office. It contained the name of the corrupt trucking dispatcher and a copy of a single transaction from the collector's book, detailing a shipment of medical supplies that coincided with a rig that officially vanished from the interstate. The third package went to the Arizona State Police, the fourth to the state attorney in Oregon, and so on. Miles and Lewin never sent the original ledgers. Those they kept as their insurance, their proof. They dripped out pieces of the story, single, verifiable threads of the monstrous web. They created whispers, then rumors, then full-blown investigations. They started fires all over the West, providing the matches and the gasoline, then stepping back to watch the system, in its slow, grinding way, begin to consume itself. They became ghosts, living on the cash from Dr. Finch's safe, moving from one no-name motel to the next. The duster was abandoned in a desert ravine, swapped for an old, reliable pickup truck that blended in with the landscape. They were fugitives from a war no one else knew had been fought, their only companions the ghosts of their past and the grim satisfaction of watching the news. The first stories were small, local affairs. Mysterious slayings at remote Elko Motel. Respected Reno physician dead in apparent murder-suicide with brother. But the threads began to connect. The reporter in Vegas, smelling the story of a lifetime, started digging. The FBI agent in Utah found that the lost trucking manifest connected to a company with ties to a scrap yard in western Nevada. The Shepherd scrap yard, when finally raided, was found to be the center of a massive chop shop ring, a convenient cover story for the media. But the forensic teams also found the larder, and the smelter, and the sheer volume of human remains layered into the very soil of the place silenced even the most jaded investigators. The network began to crumble. Panicked family members turned on each other, trying to cut deals, their loyalty dissolving in the face of federal indictments. The empire built on flesh and secrecy couldn't stand the sudden, harsh light of public scrutiny. One cool evening, 6 months after their war had ended, Miles and Lewin sat on the tailgate of their pickup, parked on a bluff overlooking a vast, empty valley. The sun was setting, painting the sky in the same bruised colors they had seen so many times before. The radio in the cab was murmuring a news report. The reporter from the Sun had just won a Pulitzer for his series of articles, which the public had dubbed the Cannibal Highway Murders. He spoke of a vast, shadowy conspiracy, hinting at sources he could not name. They had done it. They had exposed the rot. They had honored their dead. Lewin was staring out at the horizon. The hard, vengeful fire in her eyes was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet sorrow. She had won her revenge, but it hadn't brought back her stolen years. It hadn't erased the things she had seen and done. "Do you ever think about her?" Lewin asked, her voice soft. "Cassidy." "Every day," Miles answered honestly. He looked at his leg, now healed but for a permanent, aching limp. He looked at his hands, which had taken lives. "I think about all of them." "What do we do now?" she asked. It was the question that had hung between them for months. "The fires are lit. The world is cleaning up the mess. What's left for us?" Miles reached into the truck bed and pulled out a small, heavy metal box. He opened it. Inside lay the 2 ledgers and the bloody meat hook Cassidy had wielded, the last relics of their war. "We end it," he said. He built a small fire as the last of the light faded from the sky. He took Ma Barlow's ledger, the directory of death, and placed it on the flames. The pages curled, blackened, and turned to ash. Then he took the collector's ledger, the story of his depraved business, and added it to the fire. The secrets turned to smoke and drifted away into the night sky. Finally, he took the meat hook. He and Luan walked to the edge of the bluff. With a final, shared look, they threw it as far as they could into the deep, dark canyon below. They didn't hear it land. They stood there for a long time, two solitary figures against a vast, starry sky. They were no longer soldiers. They were no longer avengers. They were just a man and a woman, scarred and haunted, with a shared past that no one else in the world could ever understand. They had no destination, no old life to return to. All they had was the open road and each other. The radio said they're hearing ranch hands up in Montana, Miles said quietly. Hard work, quiet life. Luan looked at him, a faint, tired smile on her lips. I think I'd like that, she said. They got back into the truck. Miles turned the key, and the engine rumbled to life. He put the truck in gear and pulled onto the empty two-lane highway, heading north. They drove away from the ghosts of Nevada, away from the life of the hunt, towards a future they would have to build for themselves, one quiet mile at a time, two survivors searching for a slice of peace on the long, lonely roads of America. Chapter 29. The Quiet. A year can be a lifetime. The ranch was nestled in a small, forgotten valley in the shadow of Montana's Beartooth Mountains. It was a place of immense quiet, where the only sounds were the wind moving through the pines, the lowing of cattle, and the crunch of snow underfoot. Winter had come early, blanketing the world in a thick, insulating layer of white. Miles moved with the slow, deliberate rhythm of a man who had made peace with his pain. The limp was permanent, a constant companion that ached with a dull fire when the temperature dropped. He spent his days mending fences, hauling feed, and tending to the small herd of cattle they had acquired. The work was hard, physical, and honest. It left him too exhausted at the end of the day for nightmares. Luan was the soul of the ranch's quiet. She rarely spoke of the past, but it lived in her watchfulness. She could spot a deer on a ridge a mile away. She knew the habits of the coyotes that sang to the moon. She had traded her shotgun for a simple ranch rifle, used now for predators of the four-legged variety. The ghosts in her eyes had not vanished, but they had retreated, replaced by a deep, abiding weariness that was, in its own way, a form of peace. They lived in a small, sturdy cabin with a stone fireplace. They were not lovers, not in the traditional sense. They were something else, something forged in a crucible of violence and grief that no one else could ever comprehend. They were partners, survivors, the last two members of a family that had never asked to be formed. One evening, as a blizzard raged outside, Miles sat by the fire, cleaning his rifle. Luan was reading a tattered paperback. A news report came on the small television in the corner, a one-year retrospective on the case the media had sensationalized as the freeway food chain. The reporter's face was familiar. It was the young man from the Las Vegas Sun, now a national correspondent. He spoke in grave tones about the sprawling criminal enterprise, officially dismantled by a multi-agency federal task force. He detailed how the ringleaders had, according to the official report, turned on each other in a series of violent internal purges. The talking heads praised the anonymous teepsters whose information had been instrumental in breaking the case. Luan looked up from her book, her expression unreadable. "They still have no idea, do they?" she said softly. "They think it was about money and power. They don't understand the hunger." "It's better that way," Miles replied, clicking the rifle's bolt back into place. "Let them have a story they can understand. A monster with a motive. The truth is too ugly for their world." They sat in silence for a long time, the only sound the howl of the wind and the crackle of the fire. "Do you ever regret it?" Miles asked, the question hanging in the warm air of the cabin. Luan closed her book and set it aside. She looked into the flames, her face illuminated by the dancing light. "I regret that it had to happen. I regret Cassidy. I regret the person I had to become in that diner." She paused, then turned her gaze to him, her eyes clear and steady. "But I don't regret a single one that I put in the ground. Not the Hemlocks, not the Barlows, not the Shepherds." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Do you?" Miles thought of his badge, still buried under the floor of a dead family's home hundreds of miles away. He thought of the oath he had taken and the laws he had broken. "No," he said, and the single word was a final, absolute truth. "I don't." A week later, a letter arrived. It was the first piece of mail they had ever received at the remote post office box they'd set up. It had been forwarded several times, a testament to the sender's persistence. The return address was simply a news agency in Las Vegas. Miles opened it with a sense of unease. Inside was a single, folded sheet of paper. The note was brief and handwritten. "I don't know who you are or where you are. I'm not looking anymore. I just wanted you to know that the last of them, a small family outfit in West Texas, was arrested last month based on the information. It's over. The file is closed. Thank you. The world is a safer place because of what you did. I hope you found some peace." There was no signature. None was needed. Miles handed the letter to Luan. She read it, her expression unchanging. Then she walked to the fireplace and dropped it into the flames. They watched it burn together, the last piece of their old war turning to ash. The threat of discovery, the last ghost that lingered at the edge of their new life, was gone. They were truly free. That night the blizzard broke. The sky cleared, revealing a brilliant, star-dusted canopy. Miles and Luan stood on their small porch, wrapped in blankets, watching their breath plume in the frigid air. The world was silent, clean, and covered in white. It was not a happy ending. Happiness was a luxury for people who hadn't seen the things they had seen. But it was an ending. It was a quiet place at the end of a long, bloody road. And in the vast, cold silence of the Montana winter, they had finally found something that felt like home. The end.